Chapter 1932, Sky Stairs. The Holy Sword. Since he arrived at the large universe, Yang Yi had never used the sovereign of man's sword, because he felt that he didn't need it anymore. Yet now, he had to use it. He had 3 swords: the Unfettered One's sword, Spirit Breaker, and the Holy Sword. While the Unfettered One's sword was extraordinary, it didn't belong to him, and it was extraordinary because of the Unfettered One. Yet now, he definitely didn't possess strength that was on par with the Unfettered One. While Spirit Breaker was powerful, he had no doubt that it was definitely not comparable to the short sword she was holding. Moreover, its forte wasn't its explosive strength, it was its ability to destroy the spirit within things. Once the other weapon's spirit was sufficiently strong, Spirit Breaker would be useless against it. Perhaps the whole form of Spirit Breaker wasn't inferior to her short sword, but it was absolutely not capable of going against her sword in its current state. The Holy Sword. Yang Yi had no choice but to use the Holy Sword against her. As Yang Yi's profound energy surged madly into it, the sun, moon, and stars gradually appeared before the sword. At the same time, the entire sky suddenly dimmed down while countless stars appeared in the air. Phenomenon! Everyone here was shocked, including the woman in a white dress. Disbelief filled her eyes. Inho stared at the sword in Yang Yi's grasp. How can this be? What's the human race's holy sword doing in his possession? The human race's holy sword. At this moment, Inho wasn't the only one who'd recognized it. The white-haired old man from before had recognized it too. The white-haired old man stared at Yang Yi. At this moment, he was absolutely curious about Yang Yi's identity. In the arena, Yang Yi suddenly soared up into the air and took the holy sword in his right hand. In an instant, countless strands of stellar energy surged down from deep within space. Stellar energy wasn't the only thing that surged towards him, the energy of the earth was converging madly towards him as well. Once these energies surged into him, Yang Yi's body started to tremble. The holy sword had an ordinary state and an unsealed state. Its ordinary state was when it was calm, and it was just a sharp sword, but when it was unsealed, it would be like how it was right now. Yang Yi had taken the initiative to draw upon stellar energy, and the energy of the earth. While it made the holy sword's strength grow to its peak, his body wasn't really able to endure all that energy. Fortunately, his physical body was much stronger than it had been in the past. Head had to rest for days after using it that day, but that wouldn't happen again. The woman in a white dress had an extremely solemn expression on her face as well. She closed her eyes slowly, and then her sword started to tremble. In an instant, a huge amount of stellar energy appeared in the sky, and they started to converge towards her sword. A strange scene appeared. 2 swords were fighting for stellar energy. Yang Yi was about to swing his sword when the holy sword suddenly struggled free of his grasp and flew up higher into the air. It started spinning rapidly, and as it spun, the stellar energy in the sky gradually formed a vortex. At the same time, no more stellar energy converged towards Star Destroyer. The Star Destroyer sword started to spin rapidly, but there was still no stellar energy converging towards it. All the stellar energy was converging towards the holy sword. The woman muttered as she gazed at the holy sword, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. How can this be possible? The Star Destroyer sword was a precious treasure of the sky race, so it made her wonder what sword she was looking at. After all, it was actually able to suppress the Star Destroyer sword. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed the holy sword. He couldn't really hold it firmly with one hand, so he used his other hand too. As he held it with both hands, he raised it up slowly and was about to swing it. However, he suddenly turned around. A small figure had just turned around and was walking away from there. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then everyone watched with astonishment as Yang Yi suddenly put his sword away and left the arena. However, when he arrived where he had been looking at just now, that area was completely empty. Impossible! Yang Yi frowned. He glanced at the surroundings, but he didn't see the person he was looking for. Meanwhile, Inho appeared beside Yang Yi. What is it? Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. I saw the person I'm looking for. In-ho frowned slightly. She glanced at the surroundings before looking where Yang Yi was standing. A short while passed before she said, A woman was standing here just now. You're looking for a woman? Yang Yi nodded. She asked. Why did she leave instead of meeting you? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Perhaps I offended her. He knew Xiao Qi's temper well. She was extremely proud. So, she would have definitely not forgotten how had misunderstood her that day. In-ho nodded slightly. Don't think too much about it. Since she has shown herself and allowed you to notice her, it represents that she doesn't reject you. Give her some time. Yang Yi nodded. He glanced at the surroundings and said, Sorry, I've caused more trouble for you. In-ho chuckled and said, Actually, I really hope you're a member of my shaman race. Yang Yi was about to speak when she shook her head, and then she gazed at the white-haired old man. Let's consider this battle a draw, all right? The old man glanced at In-ho. In the end, he gazed at Yang Yi. Who are you? Why is the sovereign of man's sword in your possession? Yang Yi replied indifferently. I refuse to answer that. The white-haired old man frowned. Meanwhile, In-ho said, Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Yi's shoulder and vanished on the spot. Investigate his background. Suddenly, the woman in a white dress spoke abruptly. The old man hurriedly bowed. Understood. She nodded slightly and vanished on the spot. At a certain corner of the city, the woman suddenly appeared below the city walls, and there was a young girl in front of her. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Suddenly the young girl said, Don't go looking for trouble with him. A wisp of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes. You know him? The young girl nodded. You can investigate him, but don't go looking for trouble with him. The woman in a white dress asked, You're afraid that he'll kill him? The young girl shook her head. I'm afraid that he'll kill you. The woman frowned when she heard this. You think that little of your second sister? The young girl walked over to her and said, It's because you're my second sister that I'm telling you all of this. You don't know his character. Once his terrible temper gets to him, then it doesn't matter whether he knows who you are, because he'd dare to kill you even if he does know who you are. Moreover, he has the strength to do that. The woman spoke in a low voice. Who is he? The young girl turned around and looked towards the distance. It was in the direction of where Yang Yi had been standing a moment ago. A short while passed before she spoke coldly. A detestable fellow. The woman in a white dress felt speechless. In the room, only Yang Yi and In-ho were here. In-ho suddenly said, Well, leave in 3 days from now. Yang Yi asked, Have you finished your business in the sky dimension? In-ho shook her head. The sovereign of sky refused. Yang Yi asked, Why? In-ho replied, The conditions he requested were too harsh. Obviously, he was refusing on purpose. In short, it's not something we have to worry about anymore. We'll be leaving the sky dimension in 3 days. What about you? Are you going to stay? I don't recommend that. Because the sky race will definitely not allow it. Moreover, it's too dangerous for you to stay here on your own. Yang Yi said, I must find her and take her with me. He was naturally talking about Seer. As for Xiao Qi, she would definitely not go with him. In-ho thought for a moment and nodded slightly. All right, do as you wish. Right, there'll be an event in the sky race on the day after tomorrow. Are you interested in participating? An event? Yang Yi asked. What event? In-ho said, The Sky Stairs. An event of the sky race that has been held since the ancient times. It's held every 10 years. The Sky Stairs has a total of 999 stairs. Supposedly, the top achiever will be given extremely generous rewards. Rewards? Yang Yi asked. The sky race allows other races to participate? In-ho smiled. That's a story that has to be told from the leader of the sky race, the Sky Emperor. He created the Sky Stairs and said that the geniuses of any race in the universe could participate. So, it became an extremely popular event. Because the geniuses of many races come to the sky dimension to participate in the sky stairs. Besides, to let them gain more experience, the reason I brought Li Wu and the others with me was to make them ascend the sky stairs. Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's see what happens when the time comes." Yin Ho nodded slightly. "I suggest that you participate. In any case, you won't lose anything. Moreover, you may not be aware of it, but if you get through the sky stairs, you'll supposedly obtain the acknowledgement of the Sky Emperor." Yan Yi asked, "Has no one ever succeeded?" Yin Ho shook her head. "Even the current sovereign of Sky merely went up around 960 steps. That's extraordinary because there'll probably be no one in the Sky race who'll be able to surpass him in the next 100 years. The Sky Stairs." Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, "I'll go with you on the day after tomorrow. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1933. The Grand Tao is within reach. Once Yin Ho left, Yan Yi sat down cross-legged and entered the primordial pagoda. He stood on a round rock with his sword in hand, and there was a waterfall before him, while a forest surrounded him. Think. Yan Yi was thinking about the battle he just had. Speed. Besides the weapon she used, the main reason had been injured during the battle was speed. Her speed completely suppressed him. Her movement technique was much faster than him. Speed. That battle allowed Yan Yi to realize that he was still quite inferior when it came to speed. Suddenly, Ho Qing appeared in front of Yan Yi. "You want to improve your speed?" Yan Yi nodded. "Indeed. But I've reached my limits. So, even if I can improve it, it wouldn't change much." His current speed was the product of his sword control technique and various other laws. Had utilized them to their limits, so unless he advanced further in his cultivation and allowed them to be improved further, it was impossible to achieve another qualitative leap in his speed. However, his cultivation was stuck at the 6th stage of the true realm, and it was difficult for him to rise further. His cultivation. It was a problem of his. Meanwhile, Ho Qing said, "If you want to obtain an increase in speed, I have a method." Yan Yi asked. "What method?" "A shaman technique," Ho Qing continued. "You can combine it with your current speed. It's called blood shuttle." "Blood shuttle?" Yan Yi had quite a strange expression on his face because it sounded quite strange. Ho Qing replied, "The blood shuttle uses your own blood as an auxiliary force, allowing your speed to be maximized. It's actually a very good technique, but very few cultivate it." Yan Yi asked. "Why?" "It's dangerous," Ho Qing explained. "Extremely dangerous. Because it has a high requirement towards the user's control. The slightest mistake may make your blood explode from within you." Explode? Yan Yi was stunned speechless. "However, you don't have to worry about that." Meanwhile, Ho Qing added, "Because your body is extremely strong, and you have this pagoda. It can suppress everything for you. So, you don't have to worry about making yourself explode." Yan Yi nodded. "Let's do it." It only took a moment for information to appear in Yan Yi's mind. Blood shuttle. Simply speaking, it stimulated the energy within a person's blood, and then used that energy as a propulsion force to maximize a person's speed. With Ho Qing there to guide him and the sword domain, it didn't take Yan Yi long to grasp it. However, his speed wasn't stable. Because he had to merge the blood shuttle technique with his laws and the sword control technique. Otherwise, just the blood shuttle technique wasn't even as fast as the speed he gained from his existing laws and techniques. Over a dozen days passed in the blink of an eye. Yan Yi stood amidst the clouds with his sword in hand, and his eyes were closed. There was an ethereal sword below his feet. Suddenly, Yan Yi opened his eyes, and then a faint red light appeared on him. After that, a ray of light flashed, and he seemed to have vanished. At this moment, Yan Yi was 3 kilometers away. Yan Yi glanced at his own body. He felt like he was being torn apart. It was because his speed was too swift. You can't go any faster! Suddenly, Ho Qing appeared before Yang Yi. You can't improve your speed any further until you've attained the enlightened realm. Otherwise, your body won't be able to endure your speed. Your speed far surpasses a third-stage enlightened realm expert right now. It's extremely outstanding. It can be said that it's a very abnormal level of speed amongst true realm experts. Yang Yi nodded. His current speed was around 30% to 40% faster. Even though it was only 30 to 40%, it made him practically capable of instantly killing a third-stage enlightened realm expert. Moreover, just as Ho Qing had said, he couldn't endure a further increase in speed. Increasing it further may cause adverse effects instead. After cultivating for a few more days in the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi left the pagoda and his room. But he was instantly stunned upon walking outside. Because a barefoot woman was outside his room, Li Wu said. Lady Inho asked me to come get you. She said that we can set off now if we're ascending the sky stairs. Yang Yi nodded and said, You're going too? She nodded slightly. Yes, Yang Yi replied. Let's go then. They left Cloud Guest Terrace and arrived at the southern gates of the city. Inho, Li Jiang, and Li Tong were here waiting for them. Inho sized up Yang Yi. Suddenly, she frowned slightly. The blood shuttle technique? Yang Yi had slight surprise in his eyes. How did you know? Inho replied. The blood within you hasn't calmed down completely. How could you dare to cultivate it? Yang Yi smiled. It's fine. My body is a little special, so I won't explode. She sized up Yang Yi and nodded. True. But it's best to be careful. Yang Yi nodded. I will, Inho said. Let's go. She immediately waved her right hand, and all of them vanished on the spot. In the clouds outside the city. Yang Yi asked. The sky stairs aren't in the city? She shook her head. It is, but it's in outer space. Yang Yi looked up, but he didn't see anything. Meanwhile, Inho said, According to the information I received, the human race, demon race, devil race, and my shaman race have come this time. Moreover, even the oceanic race and some other mysterious races may send their geniuses. Yang Yi gazed at her with curiosity in his eyes. Mysterious races? She replied. Like the spirit race. They're a race whose purity of the body is even greater than the sky race. However, they have too few members, and they're practically on the verge of extinction. Besides that, they dislike battle, so they've practically gone into hiding and don't come in contact with the other races. The spirit race. Yang Yi recalled the patriarch of the spirit race whom had met in the lower universe. The old man who'd given him the spirit pearl. That old man was from the spirit race. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Inho said. Besides them, the giant race, oceanic race, sky devil race, and many others are considered mysterious races. Because they aren't active in this universe, and they are rarely seen in the outside world. The sky devil race is here too? Meanwhile, Li Jiang suddenly asked. Aren't they sworn enemies with the sky race? Sworn enemies? Yang Yi gazed at Li Jiang with a questioning gaze. Li Jiang glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. The enmity between them has to be told from 10,000 years ago. Actually, to put it in simpler terms, they fought for territory. Haven't you noticed? The spirit energy here is much, much better than the human dimension or shaman dimension. Yang Yi nodded. Li Jiang continued. At that time, both the sky race and sky devil race wanted this place. This place wasn't created by someone, and it was naturally formed instead. So, both races wanted it, and a battle was unavoidable. In the end, the sky race won. They took this place, and it made enmity form between the two races. So, friction occurs between them every now and then. I see. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Even the sky race has a sworn enemy. But it was normal because while the large universe was huge, where there were living beings, there would be conflict. Actually, the most mysterious is the god race. Suddenly, Li Jiang said, They're much more mysterious than any other race. The god race? Yang Yi wanted to ask, but he suddenly gazed at Yin Ho. She actually had quite a solemn expression on her face. Li Jiang wanted to say more, but she shook her head. It's in the past. There's no need to mention them again. Li Jiang hurriedly nodded and fell silent. Yang Yi felt speechless. Yang Yi didn't notice that the jade pendant in his spatial ring had suddenly trembled, and the eyes of the beast on it moved slightly. But it quickly returned to normal. Meanwhile, Yin Ho gazed at Yang Yi. While the Sky Devil race is a sworn enemy of the Sky race, they don't stop the Sky Devil race from participating. Because it's like a competition between the geniuses of the two races. Or perhaps it can be said that the Sky Stairs is a gathering in the large universe, a gathering of geniuses. A gathering of geniuses! Yang Yi nodded. All right, let me see how great the geniuses of this large universe are. It didn't take long for them to arrive in outer space. Tiny! Outer space always made people feel tiny before it. No matter how strong a person was, that person would seem tiny and insignificant before the boundless starry sky. The universe. Humans cultivate incessantly with the final goal of uncovering the secrets of the universe. 2 hours later. Yin Ho stopped. We're here! They looked up, and they saw a stone stairway far away in the sky. It was extremely tall and wide. It stood far away in outer space, and it stretched all the way into the pitch-black depths of space. The Sky Stairs, Yin Ho said. That's the Sky Stairs. They have a saying in the Sky Race, ascend the Sky Stairs and the Grand Tao will be within reach. The Grand Tao will be within reach. Yang Yi was about to speak when Snowy emerged. She glanced at the surroundings, and then her gaze descended on the Sky Stairs. It only took a moment for her eyes to light up. Her reaction made Yang Yi feel speechless. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly gazed at Yang Yi, blinked, and then pointed at the stairs before pointing at herself while a serious expression covered her face. She was telling him to give that to her. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1934. Your fate is yours alone. Snowy wanted the Sky Stairs. Yang Yi was stunned. Suddenly, Snowy started waving her claws swiftly. She grew more and more excited as time passed. A short while passed before Yang Yi gazed at the stairs. It didn't take him long to understand why she wanted it. Spirit stones. It wasn't made from ordinary rocks, and it was made from a type of extremely pure spirit stones. They were like immortal crystals, and the purity of the spirit energy within them was even greater than immortal crystals. Rich. The Sky Race was truly rich. That was what Yang Yi felt. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at the Sky Stairs, and then she pointed at Yang Yi's abdomen. Obviously, she was telling Yang Yi to move it into the primordial pagoda. Move it into the primordial pagoda? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He wanted to. But the problem was, could he? Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently. We can't take that. Because it belongs to someone else. They'll attack us if we do, and we can't defeat them right now. Understand? Snowy blinked, and then she waved her claws. She was asking him if they really couldn't win against them. Yang Yi nodded in an extremely serious manner. Snowy glanced at the Sky Stairs with reluctance, and then she went into the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Li Wu suddenly asked, "What was that?" She'd met Snowy in the past. It was that same little fellow who'd tried to trick her python into leaving her. Meanwhile, Li Jiang suddenly said, "A sprite lord!" Yang Yi gazed at Li Jiang with slight surprise. Li Jiang said, "The shaman race has a library, and it has records of all the sprite kings in the world, and some other stories. There is the history of the various races, some legends, some secret realms, and sprite lords. It's the first time I've seen one. A library." Yang Yi thought for a moment and gazed at Yin Ho. "Senior, can I go take a look at that library once we return?" She nodded slightly. Yes. Yan Yi was about to speak when Yin Ho suddenly said, "They're here!" Yan Yi and the others looked over, and they saw numerous rays of light shooting up into the air from afar. Those rays of light were shooting towards them. The geniuses of the various races. It didn't take long for the light to disperse, and then many people appeared here. However, everyone stood really far away from each other, and some even stayed hidden in the shadows. "Don't force yourself to ascend further up the sky stairs." Meanwhile, Yin Ho suddenly said, "It was created by the leader of the Sky Race, the Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor created it for unknown reasons, but some have gone up there and never returned, while some returned but went mad. However, there were also some who obtained great fortune. Some advanced on the sky stairs, some even advanced a few realms in succession, and some obtained cultivation techniques or treasures. In short, it's a mysterious thing, and it's your own fortune that will determine if it's luck or misfortune that you gain from it." The sky stairs. Yan Yi looked up. It stood towering within the starry sky. There was nothing special about it, and he could even see the end of it. However, just as Yin Ho had said, he could sense that there was something strange about it. Suddenly, a white-haired old man appeared before the stairs. The old man glanced at the surroundings and said, "No matter which race you're from, you can ascend the sky stairs. There are no rules, and you're responsible for your own fate once you start ascending it. Now begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for a figure to flash and descend on the sky stairs, and then the figure started ascending it swiftly. Once there was a first, it didn't take long for a second and third to appear. Yin Ho suddenly patted Yan Yi's shoulder and said, "Take care of these three little fellows." Yan Yi glanced at them and smiled. "Well, take care of each other." Yin Ho nodded slightly. "Be careful." Yan Yi nodded. He didn't say another word, and he just appeared on the sky stairs with Li Jiang and the others. It was very soft. That was Yan Yi's first thought. Standing on the sky stairs was like standing on cotton, and it was extremely soft. He fell silent for a while before he gazed at the others. "Let's go." He started walking forward slowly, and the others followed behind him. While Yan Yi wasn't from the shaman race, they were practically treating him as their leader. The sky stairs had a total of 999 stairs. If they walked, it would take quite some time to get to the top. Yang Yi had intended to fly, but when he saw a young man being obliterated upon flying up, he decisively abandoned that thought. It was best to walk. It was healthier anyway. In the beginning, everyone was walking quite normally, but Yang Yi gradually noticed that something was off. Because some of the people ahead of him hadn't just slowed down, their bodies had started to tremble violently. Some even stopped on the spot. They looked ahead with blank expressions in their eyes, and it seemed like they'd lost their souls. Yan Yi reminded solemnly, "Be careful." The others nodded in response. Yan Yi sped up slightly. At this moment, they were at the center of the stairway, and the people around them were gradually reducing in number. Suddenly, Li Jiang stopped. Yan Yi turned to look. He was about to speak when Li Jiang's eyes opened wide, and he seemed to have seen something that aroused disbelief in him. Yan Yi frowned. He was about to wake Li Jiang when a voice came from the side. "If you don't want him to die, then it's best if you don't wake him." Yan Yi turned towards the source of the voice, and he saw a young man in a luxurious robe over there. The young man glanced at Li Jiang. He has been taken into an illusion. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on his own fortune. An illusion? Yan Yi was puzzled. Who took him in there? The young man replied. The vengeful souls that are bound to the sky stairs. There are countless vengeful souls here. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued forward swiftly. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Vengeful souls. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He glanced at the surroundings, but he didn't see any vengeful souls. Meanwhile, Li Wu suddenly remembered. Be careful. Yang Yi nodded, and they continued forward. A short while later, after they traveled around 100 steps up, Li Jiang's sister, Li Tong, stopped on the spot. Just like Li Jiang, Li Tong stood on the spot with her eyes open wide, and they were blank. Yang Yi glanced at Li Wu. Are you going to continue? Li Wu nodded slightly. Let's go. Yang Yi nodded, and then he advanced forward with Li Wu. Presently, the number of people left around them was decreasing steadily, and there were only a handful in front of them. Meanwhile, Li Wu suddenly asked, Will you be going back to the human dimension? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, I think so. Why? Li Wu glanced at him. Will we become enemies in the future? Yang Yi chuckled. So long as you don't come to kill me, I won't try to kill you. Li Wu asked, Will you fight for the human race? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, I don't think I will. Because so long as I return to the human dimension, it'll definitely be pursued with the intent to kill. Li Wu said, Then stay in the shaman dimension. Yang Yi replied, But I'm human. She looked him in the eyes. We were once human too. Of course, we are still human. However, we're a different race in the eyes of humans. Yang Yi fell silent. Li Wu continued, After this universe gave birth to life, and especially after it gave birth to our human race, the human race engaged in countless internal strife. Every single winner of those battles would consider the losing side as a different race and annihilate them, and they'd say that they did it for the interests of the entire human race. Yang Yi shook his head. If the human race is annihilated one day, then it's very likely because the human race brought upon its own downfall. Li Wu nodded as she fully agreed. The human race developed very quickly, but it was a race that was extremely good at engaging in internal strife. Even the most glorious race couldn't endure constant internal strife. Meanwhile, Li Wu said, So if there's no place for you amongst the humans, come to the shaman race. With Lady in-house support, there'll definitely be a place for you in the shaman race. Yang Yi smiled. He was just about to say something when Li Wu suddenly stopped. It's my turn. Yang Yi swiftly turned to look at her, and her eyes were closed. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly on the spot. Senior, can you sense anything? A short while passed before Ho Qing replied. I don't sense anything. Yang Yi's face instantly fell. Even Ho Qing couldn't sense anything. Ho Qing said, Kid, you don't have to worry too much about it. While it's mysterious, it isn't very dangerous. The geniuses of my shaman race have been here in the past, and they returned safely after obtaining a huge increase in strength. So, just take it easy. Yang Yi nodded. He didn't say anything else and just continued forward. He was less than 1,000 steps away from the end. There were only 5 people in front of him, 3 men and 2 women. There were also 3 more people behind him. In the beginning, everyone walked very quickly. Yet now, every single one of them was walking very slowly, extremely slowly. Yang Yi continued forward. He walked over 100 steps up before he suddenly stopped, and his eyes opened wide. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1935, Sky Tomb. What did Yang Yi see? A woman had appeared before him. She was none other than his mother, Feng Yu. Feng Yu! An illusion! That was Yang Yi's first thought, and he was about to destroy it. But a voice suddenly resounded before him. You think this is an illusion? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he noticed a black shadow to his right. He would faintly see a person in the black shadow, but he couldn't see the shadow's appearance. Meanwhile, the black shadow said, Take a closer look. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended onto Feng Yu. Year! Feng Yu placed her hands on his face, and her gaze was slightly blank. You've grown up. It's real. Such a thought had suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's mind, and it was ceaselessly telling him that she was real. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at her. Even if you're fake, I won't kill you! As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step back, and a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The sword domain. Once the sword domain surrounded the area, Feng Yu transformed into a black shadow, and the true appearance of the black shadow to Yang Ye's side was revealed. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. The sword domain. The man glanced at Yang Yi with quite complicated emotions in his eyes. I haven't seen one in many years. Yang Yi asked. Who are you? The middle-aged man said. A lonely ghost. Yang Yi frowned slightly. What is the sky stairs? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, Fine, it isn't a secret, so I can tell you. While it's called the sky stairs, it's actually the sky tomb. The sky tomb? Yang Yi's frown deepened. This is a tomb? The middle-aged man nodded. A tomb that has the souls of countless experts buried within it. Who buried all of you? Yang Yi asked. The Sky Emperor? The Sky Emperor? The middle-aged man chuckled. He doesn't have such strength. Moreover, he's buried here too. Yang Yi asked. Then who was it? The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment and said, An old man who wore a Taoist robes. The old man in Taoist robes. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. The old man in Taoist robes. Quite some time passed before Yang Yi suppressed the shock he felt and asked, Why did he bury all of you? The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. A battle between paths. At that time, many races including the Sky Race, Sky Devil Race, Human Race, Oceanic Race, Demon Race. Practically all the races were swept into that battle between paths. Actually, the issue was the side we took. The people buried here are those who took the wrong side, including the once almighty Sky Emperor. Even someone as powerful as him was so powerless and weak before that old man in a Taoist's robes who held a horsetail whisk in his hand. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and said, Why did all of you get swept into such a battle between paths? The middle-aged man replied bitterly. All of them, including that old man in Taoist robes, never displayed their strength in the past. They kept such a low profile that others thought they were nothing. But one day, he showed his strength. At that moment, everyone finally realized how terrifying he was. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yang Yi fell silent. The old man in Taoist robes. He had the old man's primordial pagoda, and he knew that it was no coincidence. Since the old man had chosen him as the new owner of the primordial pagoda, then why? Was it really because of the battle between the various paths of cultivation in the universe? Karma. Had encountered a few supreme experts, including the sage he met in the shaman dimension. All of them said that he had 3 types of karma coiled around him, and every single one of them was more difficult to deal with than the last. One of them was definitely from the primordial pagoda. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like had been swept into a huge vortex. Suddenly, the middle-aged man asked, Young brother, can you help me with something? Yang Yi restrained his thought and gazed at the middle-aged man. With what? What the middle-aged man said next was absolutely shocking. Kill me. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The middle-aged man chuckled. Our souls are trapped for eternity in this place. No one can leave, and neither can we die. But you can kill us. Yang Yi was puzzled by this. Why? Your domain. The man continued. Your sword domain is a world of its own, and the mysterious energy here can affect us within your domain. My sword domain! Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he finally understood why Ho Qin couldn't detect anything strange about this place. It was because this place was made by the old man in Taoist robes. One more thing. The middle-aged man added. Can you give this to the patriarch of the Nye clan in the human dimension? As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a spatial ring appeared before Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi shook his head. Senior, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but my status in the human race is quite terrible. I'm sure you're able to notice that while I'm a human, I have the bloodline of the shaman race, and I've cultivated the techniques of the shaman race. I'm afraid I won't come out alive of your Nye clan. You're afraid they'll repay your kindness with enmity? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. If the Nye clan patriarch does that, help me relieve him of his position. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, that isn't very realistic, right? The middle-aged man glanced at the spatial ring in his grasp. That belongs to my Nye clan's ancestor. It has been passed down in my clan as the symbol of the patriarch. The divine beast which protects my Nye clan only recognizes that ring and not any individual person. If you can command our divine beast, you can command those old geezers of my clan. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. You trust me that much? The middle-aged man walked over to Yan Yi and smiled. I've seen countless people in my life, and you're an extremely proud person. While my Nye clan has some status in the human dimension, I'm certain that you want to use that ring to take control of my Nye clan. Of course, the main reason is because I don't have another choice. I've waited for so many years. While others have come here, the stronger existences buried here take them. As for you, Yan Yi asked, what about me? The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. They dare not seek your help. Yan Yi was puzzled. Why? The middle-aged man looked Yan Yi in the eyes. Something you carry arouses fear in us. I don't know what it is, but we instinctively fear it. The primordial pagoda. Yan Yi thought of the primordial pagoda. It was obvious that it was what they feared. The middle-aged man said, Through these years, the countless souls here have been searching for people from their own race, and then they passed down their inheritances to those people. The reason I came to you was for that exact reason. Because you're human. However, it didn't take long for me to realize that my inheritance is definitely beneath you. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. He gazed at the spatial ring and continued. Some secrets of my clan and some other things only the patriarch is qualified to know are sealed within it. Most importantly, it's the key to commanding the divine beast which guards my Nye clan. Can you send it back to the Nye clan? Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, Senior, allow me to be frank. If I go there, and they choose to kill me because I possess the shaman race's bloodline, then I won't show them mercy. The middle-aged man smiled. Don't worry, you'll have that ring with you. So, the Nye clan's patriarch wouldn't dare or try to do anything to you. Of course, if the patriarch's a brainless idiot, then it'll be an entirely different story. However, I think the Nye clan won't allow a useless fellow to occupy the position of patriarch. If that has happened, then use that ring to summon the divine beast, and remove him from his position. Yan Yi stopped hesitating and took the ring. He said, It'll go to the Nye clan if I return to the human dimension. Thank you. The middle-aged man continued. Now help me with one last thing. Yan Yi asked, Are you really sure? The middle-aged man smiled. I've fulfilled my last wish. It's torture to continue living in this form. Yan Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he nodded and activated the sword domain. As soon as he did that, the middle-aged man closed his eyes slowly. A moment later, his body grew increasingly ethereal. Around 10 breaths of time later, the middle-aged man vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the surroundings returned to normal, and Yan Yi returned to the sky stairs. Yan Yi looked down at the spatial ring in his grasp, and then he put it away before continuing up the stairway. At this moment, there were only 2 people left ahead of him, a man and a woman. They were still going forward. While they did stop from time to time, it didn't take long for them to continue forward. As for Yan Yi, he was growing faster and faster. Because no one else came for him after the middle-aged man. It didn't take long for Yan Yi to arrive beside the pair. At the same time, they stopped and gazed at Yan Yi. Yan Yi gazed at them as well. The man wore an ink-black robe, had hair that hung loosely to his shoulders, angled features, and looked very handsome. The woman wore a green dress with flower patterns that was being dragged along behind her. Her figure was slender, but he couldn't see her face. Because she was wearing a green mask. The woman suddenly asked, A human? Yan Yi was about to speak when the woman frowned slightly. The shaman race's bloodline? The shaman race's physical cultivation technique? Yan Yi glanced at her while feeling quite surprised in his heart. She had actually been able to see through his secrets. That was amazing. Yan Yi didn't think further about it. He just nodded slightly and continued forward. The man and woman didn't say anything as well, and they just continued forward too. Just like that, they continued towards the end of the sky stairs. They grew closer and closer to the end. When they were around a little over 100 steps away, all three of them suddenly stopped. Because an old man and old woman had appeared before them. The old man and the old man gazed at the woman and man by Yang Ye's side. The man bowed slightly to the old man. You should be the devil exalt, Lord Zhongqian, right? The old man sized up the man before he said, the chaos body. After so many years, someone decent has finally come from my sky devil race. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and vanished on the spot with the man. The old woman gazed at the woman for a long time, and then she said, the sky spirit physique. I, Mo didn't wait thousands of years for nothing. The woman exclaimed, you're the #1 expert of the spirit dimension from all those years ago. The sage of my spirit dimension, Mo. The old woman nodded slightly. She didn't say another word and just waved her right hand. The woman vanished on the spot. Suddenly, she gazed at Yang Yi. How pitiable! That sage of the human race doesn't want you, and that sage of the shaman race doesn't want you either. Not human or shaman. How pitiable indeed! Yang Yi looked her in the eyes and didn't say a word. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1936. Protect my sky race for years to come. The sages of the human race and shaman race. Yang Yi found out from the old woman that two extraordinary experts were actually hiding here. She was about to leave when Yang Yi suddenly asked, why? She stopped and gazed at him. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, I think that's not normal. Look, my natural talent and strength aren't bad. Logically speaking, they should be fighting to take me as their disciples. Fighting to take you as their disciples? The woman laughed coldly. You've trained your skin to such a thickness at your age. Amazing! Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the old woman added, your natural talent can only be considered to be ordinary, but since you were able to get here, it represents that your fortitude and strength are extremely formidable. Inferior natural talent isn't a big problem for us, the most important is fortitude and strength. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been waiting at the back of the sky stairs. Yang Yi asked. And? She continued. Do you know why they're unwilling to give you their inheritances? Yang Yi shook his head. The old woman looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Because you're dying. I'm dying? Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. Meanwhile, the old woman continued. Your vitality star has dimmed down to the point it's almost dead. I forgot that you can't see your own vitality star, so enjoy the remaining time you have. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Vitality star? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked, Senior, do you know what she's talking about? Ho Qing spoke solemnly. You can consider it as a person's vitality. Everyone has their own vitality star, but only Sage Realm experts can see it. You don't seem like someone who'll die earlier. So, the only explanation is that someone or something is absorbing your vitality star. Yang Yi's face fell. Had encountered a sage previously, but that sage hadn't told him about that. Obviously, his vitality star was fine then. In other words, the problem occurred when he arrived at the sky dimension. Is it an expert from the sky race? However, that explanation wasn't very likely. After all, if the sky race wanted to kill him, they had many ways to do so. They could even just kill him without hiding it, and there was no need to go to such lengths. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time and asked, Can't the primordial pagoda sense it? Ho Qing spoke solemnly. That's the terrifying part of it. Even the primordial pagoda can't sense it. So, it means there are only two possible circumstances. That old woman was trying to scare you, or the strength of the person who's acting against you has arrived at an extremely terrifying level. For example, a sage. However, if it's a sage, there's no need to use such tricks to kill you. Ho Qing paused for a moment and continued. No matter what, tell Yin Ho to take you back to the shaman dimension once you're done here, and tell her to take you to one of the almighty figures of my shaman race. Let them have a look at you. Yan Yi nodded. That was the only thing he could do. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts, looked up, and saw that he only had around 100 steps left to reach the end of the stairway. To go? Or not to go? Yan Yi thought for a moment and continued forward. Since he was here, he intended to go until the end. Just like that, Yan Yi continued forward, and he moved quite quickly. Yan Yi gradually noticed something off about the area. His feet felt heavy. His feet had suddenly started to feel heavier, and he was still around 70 steps away from the end. Yan Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he turned around to have a look. As soon as he did that, Yan Yi was stunned. Because there was no one behind him. Even Yin Ho and the others outside the sky stairs had vanished. It was strange. Yan Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up at the end of the stairway. It was extremely calm, and there was nothing there. A short while later, Yan Yi continued forward. It didn't take him long to grow closer and closer to the end of the stairway. Around 15 minutes later, Yan Yi stood at the end of it, and the boundless starry sky was beyond it. Besides that, there was nothing else here. Yan Yi shook his head and intended to leave. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his ears. Sigh, after so many years, it's a fellow who has great karma coiled around him. As soon as the voice finished resounding, a white-robed old man appeared in front of Yan Yi. The old man had snow-white hair, kept his hands behind his back, and had a strange mark on his forehead. Yan Yi glanced at the old man and asked, Senior, who are you? The old man shook his head slightly. Do you know that you're the first person to get here safely in the countless years of the past? Yan Yi frowned slightly. Is it very difficult? The old man replied with a question. What do you think? Yan Yi replied. It was very easy for me. I didn't encounter any difficulties. The old man gazed at Yan Yi for a long time and said, I'm really curious. Why didn't the sky stairs stop you? Stop me? Yan Yi asked. It always stops others? The white-robed old man gazed at Yan Yi for a long time and said, Strange. So strange. He gazed at Yan Yi. You're strange too. I've never seen someone who's entangled with so much karma. Most importantly, every single one of them counters the other. Yan Yi asked, Senior, can you help me deal with them? The old man was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. I can't. Yan Yi asked, Can you see my vitality star? The old man moved his gaze over to Yan Yi's head and nodded. I can. Yan Yi asked, Is it very dim? The old man nodded slightly. It's about to die. Yan Yi asked, Why? The old man replied, You're gotten mixed up with something unclean. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yan Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly asked, Why is it targeting you? Yan Yi was about to speak when the white-robed old man frowned slightly, and then he waved his right hand. An explosion suddenly resounded deep within the starry sky outside the sky stairs. Yan Yi glanced in that direction before looking at the old man. At this moment, the old man had looked down at his palm, and there was an extremely deep cut there. Had been injured. Yan Yi's expression instantly changed. The old man's strength was at least at the sage realm. However, that thing hiding in the shadows had actually been able to harm him. When did I get mixed up with something unclean? Yan Yi was filled with questions. A short while passed before the old man gazed at him. Do you have something with you? Yan Yi asked. What do you mean? The old man spoke solemnly. Based on its strength, killing you is absolutely easy. But it has chosen to use such a method to seize the energy of your vitality star. If I'm not wrong, you have something that instills fear in it, and has made it fear getting close to you. The primordial pagoda. Yan Yi thought of the primordial pagoda. Because only the primordial pagoda could instill fear into something that could harm a sage. Yan Yi asked, Senior, can you help me eliminate it? The old man shook his head. I can't. Because I can't leave the sky stairs. So, Yang Yi was in trouble. Yang Yi's heart sank. Because unless a sage was willing to help him, even Yin Ho would probably be unable to help him deal with it. I'm more curious about why the sky stairs didn't stop you, the white-robed old man suddenly said. For countless years, no matter which race someone came from, they'll be stopped 50 steps away from me. However, you were able to get here. Kid, can you tell me why? Yang Yi smiled. Senior, why think so much about it? Let's be direct. If you want to give me your inheritance, then do so. I usually don't refuse. Conversely, be frank if you don't want to. I wouldn't dare to force you. The old man shook his head. You're quite frank. Yang Yi smiled and didn't say another word. He just gazed at the old man. The old man didn't say anything as well. Both of them fell silent. A short while later, the old man shook his head. I'm afraid no one else will be able to get here after you. Even if someone does, I'm afraid he'll have to wait countless years. Fine, you'll let the heavens decide if it's fortune or bad luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and white energy streamed out from him. The white energy converged above him, and it didn't take long for a small pure white dragon to appear above him. However, the dragon was in deep sleep. Yang Yi asked, What's that? The white-robed old man replied, The sky dragon. The sky dragon that's considered an equal to the true dragon. Yang Yi asked, What can it do? The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Have you heard how they say someone is the son of the dragon? Yang Yi nodded. The old man explained, In the human dimension, the sovereign of man possesses the protection of the true dragon. So, he's the leader of the human race, and he's the son of the dragon. As for my sky race, the sovereign of sky possesses the protection of the sky dragon. The sovereign of sky! Yang Yi glanced at the white-robed old man before him. At this moment, he knew who the old man was. Yang Yi said, The sky race has a sovereign of sky. Is he a descendant of yours? The old man shook his head slightly. Just like the human race, the position of sovereign isn't passed down in a family, and it's taken by the strong. After all, if a weakling rules, then that race would be in grave danger. Moreover, weaklings can't convince their entire race to follow them. Right. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Senior, you want me to become the sky race's sovereign of sky? The old man replied. No. Because you're not suited to be a leader. I want you to become the sky race's protector and protect my sky race for years to come. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1937. I Dare Not Stop Master's Aura. The Sky Race's Protector. Needless to say, the old man shocked Yang Yi. The Sky Race wasn't a small clan, it was an entire race of beings. Moreover, it was a powerful race. Yang Yi was frankly insignificant before the entire Sky Race. So, how could he be their protector? He didn't have the ability to do that. Moreover, he was human. Based on the Sky Race's awful attitude towards humans, they would never allow a human to be their protector. The old man seemed to be aware of Yang Yi's thoughts and added, You think your strength isn't sufficient, right? Yang Yi smiled. Senior, this isn't just an issue of strength. Don't forget that I'm human. Human? The old man chuckled. Yang Yi asked, What? The old man smiled. There was once an extremely powerful race of beings. They were blessed by nature and stood above all other races. As far as they were concerned, all other races were lowly when compared to them. However, there was once a human who became their leader. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Senior, are you talking about the God race? The old man nodded slightly. Every race in this world will never refuse the strong. So long as you're strong, it doesn't matter what race you're from, you will still receive their respect or fear. If you're strong enough, my sky race will wish for nothing more than to see you stay. Yang Yi smiled and said, Senior, I don't understand. Why do you think that I can become the sky race's protector? The old man replied, Just your ability to get here safely is sufficient to prove many things. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and asked, Let me be frank. Why should I become the sky race's protector? The old man smiled and pointed outside the sky stairs. There's something over there that's absorbing your vitality star. It might not take long for you to die because of it. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the small white dragon above him flew down in front of him. This is the sky dragon. It was a true dragon, but it absorbed over 1,000,000 spirit veins to transform into a sky dragon. If you have it with you, you'll be invulnerable to all evil. Yang Yi asked, Can the sky dragon counter that thing out there? No, but it can stop that thing out there for some time. The old man continued, Even I can't see through it, but I think it's probably not something that was made by someone. It's a treasure that was born naturally. He sized up Yang Yi and asked, How did you get mixed up with it? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Actually, had guessed what that thing was. The evil artifact. It was definitely the weapon of evil that the sage had sealed in that city. He hadn't paid much attention to it that day, and he hadn't expected it to actually be so terrifying. It could even injure a saint. It wouldn't be a problem if it entered his body, but the problem was that it didn't dare to get close to him at all. Obviously, it sensed danger coming from him. The sky dragon comes with many benefits. Meanwhile, the old man continued, If you're able to fuse perfectly with it, you'll be able to achieve draconification and possess the strength, roar, and body of the sky dragon. Let me explain it in simpler terms. If you're able to fuse perfectly with it right now, then even sages won't be able to kill you while you're draconified. Besides that, there are many other benefits. Yang Yi asked, Senior, you're from the sky race, so why don't you give it to one of the geniuses of the sky race? The old man shook his head. No genius from the sky race can come here. Yang Yi fell silent. His intuition told him that if he accepted it, then he would definitely face quite a bit of trouble. But while it would be quite a bit of trouble, it was very beneficial to him too. It was beneficial and troublesome at the same time. In the end, Yang Yi nodded. As far as he was concerned, he should ignore the trouble for now and reap the benefits. The Sky Emperor grinned when he saw this. He looked at the white dragon with a complicated gaze, and then he flicked. The white dragon transformed into a ray of white light that entered Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi's body shook, and then white energy appeared around him. Merge! The old man said. It has just entered your body and hasn't merged with you yet. So, you're unable to share its strength right now, and you can't share its life as well. The merging is divided into 3 parts, the body, the spirit, and the soul. Every single part will give you a qualitative increase in strength. Take your time to slowly figure everything out. Yang Yi nodded slightly and gazed at the old man. Does the sky race know that you're alive? The old man smiled. No. Why? You want to ask them to save me? Yang Yi replied. If you want, I can notify them. The old man shook his head. They don't have the ability to do it, and they want. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? The old man smiled. Everything is replaced under new leadership. The sky race isn't the same anymore. If I leave this place, what would the current sovereign of sky do? Yang Yi was quite disappointed. This old man was clearly not related to the current sovereign of sky. In other words, the sovereign of sky out there may not be willing to give the old man face at all. As for the reason he was disappointed, it was because it would be difficult for him to meet Shao Qi and Zier. There's one more thing! Meanwhile, the old man flicked a fist-sized dragon-shaped seal to Yang Yi. The Sovereign of Sky seal! The old man explained. It doesn't have any real abilities, and it's just a symbol of status. Even though I perished here, some who followed me all those years ago should have survived until now. So, this seal may be able to help you in the future. Yang Yi didn't refuse it and put it away. He said, Senior, if there's nothing else, then I have to leave. The old man nodded. Go on. Yang Yi cupped his fists to the old man and left. Around 10 breaths of time after Yang Yi left, a voice suddenly resounded. You old bastard! How dare you spoil things for me? The voice was vicious and carried bone-piercing coldness. The old man glanced indifferently towards its source. If I wasn't trapped here, killing you would only take a wave of my hand. Stop boasting. The voice laughed coldly. If I wasn't sealed and suppressed by him all those years ago to the point my core was damaged, I can fucking fight 10 people like you. The white-robed old man fell silent for a few moments and said, You're a naturally born treasure that had cultivated a consciousness of your own. It's truly a rare achievement. So allow me to say a few extra words. The person you're trying to attach yourself to carries great karma and fortune. I'm afraid it won't end well for you. I wouldn't have chosen him if he didn't have all of that. The voice laughed coldly. Devouring his fortune and vitality star isn't just able to help me recover rapidly, it'll allow my strength to rise rapidly as well. Yet now, you've given that dragon to him, and that dragon can ward off evil. Unfortunately, it's just a slightly larger worm, and it won't take long for me to tear it apart. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly asked, Why don't you just attach yourself directly to him? The voice fell silent. The old man chuckled and didn't say another word. Because the owner of the voice had left. The old man stood on the spot for some time before he suddenly said, Throughout these years, you've never allowed anyone to come before me, but he has. Why? A long moment of silence ensued, and then a voice resounded. I dare not stop one who carries Master's aura. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Master's aura! The old man's pupils constricted. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was at the center of the stairway. There weren't many people left here. He didn't stay a moment longer. He left and went to Yin Ho. Li Jiang, Li Tong, and Li Wu were already by Yin Hao's side. All of them gazed at Yang Yi. Yin Ho smiled. So? You benefited quite a bit, right? Yang Yi smiled. It was all right. Yin Ho grinned and said, We're leaving the sky dimension now. What about you? Are you going to stay or are you coming with us? Yang Yi didn't hesitate to reply. They'll be staying. Since Xiaoqi refused to come see him, he intended to go see her. Yin Ho hesitated for a moment and nodded in the end. Be careful. If there's no place for you in the human dimension once you leave the sky dimension, come to the shaman dimension. While the sovereign of man is powerful, he can't do anything to you while you remain in the shaman dimension. Thanks. Yang Yi smiled. I'll come to the shaman dimension if I have trouble getting by. Yin Ho grinned. She didn't say anything else and just left while taking Li Jiang and Li Tong with her. Yang Yi gazed at Li Wu, who was still here. Li Wu said, The Grand Shaman asked me to give you a message. The Grand Shaman? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he realized that she should be referring to the sage of the shaman race that the old woman had told him about. Yang Yi was quite curious. What is it? She spoke softly. Be careful. Be careful. Yang Yi frowned. What does he mean? Li Wu shook her head slightly. I'm not very sure. In short, be careful. Farewell. Li Wu's figure shook and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi frown deepened. Suddenly, a woman in a white dress appeared in front of him. It was the same woman whom had fought in the life and death arena that day. She sized up Yang Yi and said, Leave the sky dimension. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked her in the eyes. Why? She replied. Some people are beyond you. Don't hold any unrealistic thoughts. Because it'll end with you losing your life. Understand? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1938, Kill Me. Unrealistic Thoughts. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. You know Xiaoqi, she replied indifferently. I do, Yang Yi said. I don't have any unrealistic thoughts towards her, and I merely treat her as my younger sister. She's like younger sister? The woman suddenly interrupted Yan Yi and spoke with ridicule. Are you even worthy? Yan Yi suddenly took a step forward, and he was only a hand's breadth away from her. Yan Yi looked her in the eyes. Where does your pride come from? Is it your background? Or your own strength? She replied with a question. What? Yan Yi smiled. Nothing. I just don't like dogs who look down on others. Her gaze turned icy cold. Do you want to die? Yan Yi suddenly took another step forward, and then he gazed coldly at her. Kill me! The desire to kill flashed through her eyes, and then a short sword swiped at Yan Yi's throat. Meanwhile, Yan Yi had swung his sword too. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then they split apart. But it only took a moment for a white shadow to appear behind Yan Yi. However, a ray of light suddenly appeared behind her just an instant later. Bang! Bang! Space trembled. 3 breaths of time later, they split apart again and were around 300 m away from each other. She stared at Yan Yi. Your speed! Her pupils suddenly constricted, and her voice stopped abruptly because a ray of light had arrived above her head. Her reaction was absolutely swift. She twisted her right foot slightly and transformed into a white shadow that appeared behind Yan Yi. However, as soon as she appeared behind him, a ray of light suddenly appeared behind her. Yan Yi was behind her already. Speed! After he learned the blood shuttle technique, Yan Yi's speed was at his own limits. So, while his current speed couldn't fully suppress her, he wouldn't lose to her in speed. Yan Yi's sword descended. Boom! A white shadow was blasted away, but it only took a moment for the shadow to stop. The woman's white dress fluttered 300 m away from Yan Yi while she stared at him. Suddenly, she pressed her sword against her forehead and started chanting something. The starlight around her gradually started to warp. Myriad Sword Destroyer! Her voice resounded, and then countless rays of sword energy surged out from around her. In just an instant, sword energy covered the area in front of Yan Yi. They were like a dense storm that rained down upon Yan Yi. Yan Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He issued a command in his heart, and then 10 ethereal swords instantly appeared in front of him. A moment later, the swords started spinning rapidly, and then rays of light appeared around him. The sword energy around him seemed like a huge barrier that enveloped him. The sword energy collided in space, and then the surroundings shook violently. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light tore through the sword energy. Everywhere it passed, the sword energy was torn into bits, and it only took an instant for that ray of light to arrive in front of the woman. The woman's expression remained calm, but she was extremely shocked in her heart. She hadn't expected this human before her to slice through her sword energy with such ease. She didn't dare to let herself get careless. She stabbed Star Destroyed forward. Clang! Her hand trembled, and then a wave of powerful force followed along her sword and struck her, causing her figure to be blasted away. At the instant her figure flew backwards, another ray of light flashed before her. Split second. The sword domain combined with split second. At this moment, it was enhanced by the blood shuttle technique too, so its speed and explosive force was even more terrifying now. The woman in a white dress couldn't avoid it. An instant later, the surroundings fell silent. Yan Yi was standing in front of the woman, and a sword was pressed against her forehead. Shed lost. Yan Yi pressed his sword against her forehead and said, Pride? Tell me what you have to be proud about. She stared at him and remained silent. Yan Yi suddenly asked, Where's Xiao Qi? The woman said, You can't see her. Swish. It was the sound of Yan Yi's sword piercing through her skin. A drop of blood seeped out from her forehead. Yan Yi looked her in the eyes. Do you think I dare not kill you? Want to try me? She remained silent. A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of his mouth, and he was about to do it. However, a voice suddenly came from the side. Do you want to die? As soon as the voice resounded, a white-haired old man appeared not too far away from him. Yan Yi had met the old man previously. It was the same white-haired old man had met in the life and death arena. Yan Yi grinned, and then he gazed at the woman. Don't make noise in front of me again, and you have no right to talk about my business with Shao-Chi too. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his sword and walked away. Suddenly, the old man appeared in front of him. Yang Yi asked, "What?" The old man stated, "Leave the sky dimension. Humans aren't welcome here." Oh! Yang Yi vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. The old man's face instantly became extremely unsightly. He was about to chase after Yang Yi, but the woman in the white dress said, "Forget it. Leave him be." The old man's figure stiffened slightly, and then he said, "Understood." The woman said, "Have you found out about his background?" The old man replied, "Young miss, he's not someone to be trifled with. Don't go look for him on your own again." "Why?" She gazed at the old man. "What did you find out?" Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The old man replied, "I don't know his true background. All I know is that the sovereign of man and shaman hunter clan seem to be pursuing him in the human dimension. It may have something to do with the fact that he possesses the sovereign of man's sword and his bloodline. Besides that, he seems to know one of the demon kings of the demon dimension. In short, he's not ordinary." She looked up at the direction Yang Yi had vanished towards. "Continue your investigation." The old man nodded slightly and left. She continued looking in that same direction, and her eyes narrowed slightly. "You better have no other intentions towards Shao-Chi. Otherwise, even the entire shaman race won't be able to keep you safe." Yang Yi stopped far away in outer space, and then he immersed his mind into the primordial pagoda. In the first level, Snowy was seated on Lei Lin's shoulder, and they were staring ahead without blinking. The Sky Dragon! The Sky Dragon the old man gave Yang Yi was in front of them. It was quite afraid from being stared at by them, or it should be said that it was afraid of the primordial pagoda. It had just been attached to Yang Yi, but Snowy had forcefully dragged it into the primordial pagoda. As soon as it entered the pagoda, it felt regret. Fear. It was terribly afraid. That was what it felt as soon as it entered the pagoda. Suddenly, Snowy flew over to the Sky Dragon. She touched its horns gently, and then she touched her own head while a questioning gaze filled her eyes. She. Meanwhile, Lei Lin translated. "She's asking you why she doesn't have a claw." The Sky Dragon was at a loss for words. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A wave of terrifying dragon pressure swept out from the Sky Dragon. Snowy and Lei Lin were blasted over 1 kilometer away. Snowy blinked and gazed at Lei Lin. She seemed to be asking what the Sky Dragon was doing. Lei Lin gulped and said, "I think it wants to beat us up." Snowy immediately clenched her claws. Suddenly, the Sky Dragon roared at Snowy and Lei Lin. Bang! Another wave of dragon pressure swept towards the two little fellows. Snowy was furious when she saw it attack her again. Snowy glanced at the Sky Dragon, and then she flew up into the air and sucked. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy escaped the Sky Dragon and converged towards Snowy. The Sky Dragon was formerly a true dragon, and it had evolved after absorbing countless spirit veins. But Snowy was a sprite lord, so she was innately the bane of all sprite kings and spirit energy. At this moment, the Sky Dragon was in panic. It looked up at Snowy, and then a roar surged up into the sky. After that, a huge white dragon shot towards Snowy. Snowy blinked, and then slapped her claw down. A sword instantly appeared within her claw, but she seemed to feel that it wasn't enough. So she raised her right claw, and another sword appeared in her grasp. Snowy raised the swords in her claws and swung them down. However, how could she be a match for the Sky Dragon? The sword energy wasn't even able to get close to the Sky Dragon before the dragon pressure around the Sky Dragon obliterated them. Snowy blinked. At this moment, she finally realized that the situation wasn't very promising. What to do? Snowy's eyes rolled in their sockets as she thought. Yang Yi didn't help her because he felt that she should suffer a little. Suddenly, Snowy released the swords, and then she clenched her right claw. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from within her, and then Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the sky dragon was forcefully pushed back by the aura. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1939 Merge. Suddenly, Ho Qing's voice resounded. Kid, stop her! That's the sage's aura! Don't let her use it! The sage's aura! Yang Yi was shocked. He hurriedly went over to Snowy, but the aura instantly pushed him back repeatedly. Snowy blinked, and then she glanced at her claw before looking at Yang Yi. She blinked, and she wondered when she'd become so strong. Calm down! Yang Yi spoke carefully. Calm down! Calm down, all right? Snowy blinked, and then she shook her head to display that she wasn't tense at all. Yang Yi said, Calm down and don't use that energy. Otherwise it may harm me. Snowy shuddered, and then she hurriedly relaxed her grasp. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief, and then he went over to Snowy and spoke seriously. Don't rashly utilize that energy, all right? You really can't use it rashly, Ho Qing added. Snowy possessed the protection of a sage, the sage's aura. Simply speaking, Snowy could instantly kill a 5th stage enlightened realm expert with it, and it could even heavily injure a Heer Dao realm expert. Both Yang Yi and Ho Qing couldn't endure that attack right now. Even though she didn't really understand what Yang Yi meant, Snowy still nodded habitually. She was extremely obedient to Yang Yi. Meanwhile, she seemed to have thought of something, and she pointed at the sky dragon before swiftly waving her claws about. She was saying that it bullied her. Yang Yi gazed at the sky dragon. At this moment, the sky dragon was looking at him too. Or to be more precise, it was looking at Snowy. There was a trace of fear in its eyes. Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms and went to the sky dragon. Snowy suddenly raised her claw and waved it at the sky dragon. The sky dragon's eyelids twitched, and then it hurriedly took 2 steps back. Snowy glared at it. She was clearly still angry. Yang Yi rubbed her head and gazed at the sky dragon. I know you can understand me. I don't like forcing others. So if you're not willing to follow me, then you can leave. He refused to force it. Merging required mutual consent. Otherwise, it would bring more harm than benefit. The sky dragon shook its head slightly. Yang Yi asked, What do you mean? A moment of silence ensued, and then the sky dragon said, He asked me to go with you. It was a soft, female voice. Yang Yi glanced at the sky dragon and said, Then why did you attack Snowy? The sky dragon glanced at Snowy. She is too dangerous. Dangerous? Snowy blinked and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had a rough understanding. The sky dragon was a true dragon that had absorbed the energy within countless spirit veins to become the sky dragon. However, Snowy was a sprite lord, so Snowy was the bane of all things like the sky dragon. Thus, the sky dragon attacked instinctively when it saw Snowy. Meanwhile, Snowy scratched Yang Yi's face and pointed at the sky dragon. Obviously, she was asking what it meant. Yang Yi smiled and replied, She said you're very powerful, and she's very afraid that you'll harm her. So, she attacked you. I'm very powerful. Snowy understood Yang Yi, and her eyes lit up. She turned to look at the sky dragon, cracked a smile, and then waved her claw. She was telling the sky dragon that she was extremely powerful too. The sky dragon felt speechless. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he gazed at the sky dragon. Since you're willing to stay with me, then let's work well together. How do I achieve a perfect merge with you? The sky dragon spoke solemnly. It mainly depends on you. It'll enter your body, and then well merge. I won't resist you. However, how much you're able to merge will depend on your own ability. Yang Yi asked. What will happen to you once we merge? The sky dragon replied. It'll grow. Yang Yi was puzzled. You'll grow? The sky dragon pondered deeply for a moment and said, You'll be able to obtain my strength from merging with me, and I'll be able to use you to grow. well use each other. It was the same for me and him. She was referring to the old man on the sky stairs. Yan Yi nodded slightly and said, Come, let's merge. It'll be slightly painful. As soon as the sky dragon finished speaking, it transformed into a ray of white light that entered Yan Ye's forehead. In an instant Yan Ye's eyes opened wide, and it didn't take long for his face to start twisting. Pain. It wasn't just pain. It was simply worse than death. It felt like a sharp needle had been stabbed into the tip of the finger, and oh, it was worse. His body, mind, and soul were being impacted severely. Get used to it. Meanwhile, the sky dragon's voice resounded in Yan Ye's mind. Get used to such pain. It's the first step. If you can't get used to such pain, then I will leave your body. Because merging by force will result in your death. Get used to it. Yan Yi forcefully made himself endure it, sat down cross-legged, and endured it by sheer will. Snowy and Lei Lin were absolutely worried. Meanwhile, Ho Qing explained. He's merging with it. Right, once he completes it, he'll become even stronger, extremely stronger. Snowy waved her claws. Ho Qing had quite the headache. How would he know what Snowy was saying? Meanwhile, Lei Lin understood the predicament he faced and explained. Snowy is asking if you're lying to her. Ho Qing hurriedly shook his head to display that he wasn't. Snowy looked around, and then she gazed at Lei Lin. Lei Lin immediately had a bad premonition. Snowy, what are you planning? Snowy cracked a smile, and then she transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Lei Lin's forehead. Bang! However, she knocked Lei Lin to the ground instead, and she herself fell to the ground as well. Snowy rubbed her forehead and looked up at Ho Qing before waving her claws swiftly. She was saying that had lied to her. Ho Qing gulped. Time trickled by, and Yan Ye's expression gradually returned to calm. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Even though it was beyond painful, it wasn't that scary for Yan Yi. After all, had tempered his body and suffered a huge amount of pain in the process. Just like that, 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Yan Yi opened his eyes and stood up. He looked down at his right hand, and then an ethereal white dragon claw suddenly appeared around it. The dragon claw enveloped his hand. Yan Yi clenched his right fist slowly. As soon as he did that, the white dragon claw actually started moving along with him. Dragon claws. Meanwhile, Ho Qing appeared beside Yan Yi. Congratulations. Yan Yi shook his head. I haven't merged completely with her. You're at your limit. Meanwhile, the sky dragon's voice resounded in Yan Ye's mind. My body is much stronger than yours. So, merging to this extent is the limit of your body. If we continue, your body and soul won't be able to endure it, and it'll only have an opposite effect. Yan Yi nodded and looked down at his hand, or to be more precise, he looked down at the dragon claw. How strong is it? The sky dragon replied. Give it a try. Yan Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Ho Qing, but the latter vanished on the spot. Yan Yi was stunned speechless. Yan Yi laughed bitterly and left the primordial pagoda. He didn't dare to try it inside here because the primordial pagoda would kill him if he destroyed the space in here. In the boundless starry sky, Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings and slammed his fist forward. Boom! The space there was obliterated. Instantly obliterated. In the lower universe, he could obliterate a large expanse of space with a swing of his palm, but it was different here in the medium universe. The space here was much stronger, and he was only able to slice through it while utilizing the sword domain combined with split second. Yet now, he could obliterate an expanse of space with a single swing of his palm. It was the outcome of two types of energy being combined. The first was the sky dragon's strength, and the second was his own. When they were merged together and erupted from him, it wasn't just a simple addition of 1 + 1. Presently, just that attack may be sufficient to instantly kill a second-level enlightened realm expert. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and was about to leave. However, Ho Qing's voice resounded in his mind. It's best if you don't let the sky race know that you have the sky dragon. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Ho Qing explained. If you're extremely strong to the point the sky race has to fear you, then they would be happy to let you be their protector. But the problem is that you're only at the 6th stage of the true realm. You're so weak and human too, so do you think they'll let you be their protector? No, they won't just refuse it, they'll even try to take the sky dragon from you. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Ho Qing added, This is human nature. It's best if you don't challenge the sky race's human nature. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned slightly, and then he vanished on the spot. Around 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Yi stopped, and Li Jiang was in front of him. Li Jiang only had a single arm left, and his entire body was covered in injuries while his aura was absolutely weak. Yang Yi's face fell. What happened? Li Jiang's countenance was ghastly pale. We were attacked when we passed through the endless ocean. Yin Ho was captured while trying to save us. Li Tong and I were able to escape, but we got separated. Yin Ho had been captured. Yang Yi's face turned gloomy. Meanwhile, Li Jiang added, Yin Ho told us to find you, and tell you to leave the sky dimension immediately. You must leave immediately. Leave the sky dimension. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What did she figure out? Why did she say that? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1940. Very vengeful. Yin Ho had definitely noticed something. Moreover, it was clearly linked to him. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he gazed at Li Jiang. Have you notified the shaman race? Li Jiang shook his head. Only Lady Yin Ho can contact the shaman dimension across the boundary. We can't. So, the shaman dimension knows nothing. The endless ocean. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, Let's go see the sovereign of sky. Yin Ho had been attacked in the sky dimension, so the sky race had to give them an explanation. Li Jiang nodded, and then they went to Sky City. Yang Yi and Li Jiang arrived before Sky Palace, but an old man obstructed their path. Li Jiang stepped forward. I'm Li Jiang from the shaman race. I wish to seek an audience with the sovereign of sky. The old man glanced at Li Jiang. Go back to where you came from. Li Jiang's face fell, and he hurriedly said, Lady Yin Ho and us were ambushed while passing through the endless ocean. Presently, Lady Yin Ho has been captured by them. The old man suddenly interrupted Li Jiang. What does that have to do with my sky race? Li Jiang spoke solemnly. We were ambushed in the sky dimension. Doesn't the sky race have to take responsibility? The old man ridiculed. How laughable. Countless others pass through my sky dimension via all sorts of methods every single year. Are you telling me that it's my sky race's fault if something happens to them? Li Jiang still wanted to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly said, We want to see the sovereign of sky. See the sovereign of sky? The old man laughed coldly. Who do you think you are? Yang Yi gazed at the old man for a long time and said, Let's go. Yang Yi turned around and left once he finished speaking. Li Jiang quickly followed after him. Once Yang Yi left, the old man frowned, and then he closed his eyes slowly and spoke softly. He hasn't left. He's still in Sky City. Hurry! Li Jiang spoke solemnly. Brother Yang, is this incident related to the sky race? Yang Yi replied. I'm not sure, but it seems like it's quite complicated. Contact your sister and Li Wu, and then immediately find a way to get back to the shaman dimension. Li Jiang hurriedly asked. What about you? Yang Yi replied. I'm going to save Yin Ho. Save Yin Ho. Yang Yi was a person who avenged enmity and repaid kindness. Yin Ho had been kind to him, so now that she was in danger, he naturally wouldn't stand by idly. Li Jiang said, I'll go with you. Yang Yi shook his head. Your current mission is to find your sister and Li Wu, and then take them back to the shaman dimension and notify the shaman race. Because this incident is definitely not just that simple. Li Jiang hesitated for a moment and said, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded. "You too. Right, don't use the same way. It's best to take a remote path." Li Jiang nodded. "Take care." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi left Sky City and traveled towards the endless ocean. Yin Ho had vanished there, so it was definitely linked to Gu Nie. Meanwhile, Ho Qing's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "Kid, thank you." Yang Yi shook his head and remained silent. Even though he hadn't known Yin Ho for a long time, Shed taken really good care of him. Perhaps it was because Head said that he was Ho Qing's disciple. However, that wasn't important. What was important was that Shed helped him tremendously. Men should repay their debts and avenge their enmity while they were still alive. Meanwhile, Ho Qing said, "It would take at least 3 Dao Realm experts to capture her. But your current strength isn't just incapable of fighting a Dao Realm expert, even killing a 4th stage Enlightened Realm expert would be difficult for you. So, return to the shaman race for now." Yang Yi said, "I want to give it a try. Otherwise, I would look down on myself if I just left." Ho Qing didn't say anything else. Not long after Yang Yi left Sky City, he suddenly stopped. "You've noticed my presence?" A voice suddenly resounded from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around, and he noticed that it was the old man who'd obstructed Li Jiang and his path earlier. Yang Yi said, "If I'm not wrong, you should know about what happened to Yin Ho." The old man nodded. "I do." Yang Yi asked, "Can you tell me about it?" The old man smiled. "Of course. Actually, perhaps you're not aware of it, but she isn't our target, you are." "Me?" Yang Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" The old man smiled. "The sovereign of man's sword. Many were tempted when you revealed the sovereign of man's sword. Allow me to explain it to you. These people include the sky race, spirit race, devil race, and human race. Oh right, the shaman race too." He shook his head and smiled. "Some of them want to take it for themselves, and some have even simpler desires. They just don't want it to return to the sovereign of man's possession." Yang Yi was about to speak when Ho Qing suddenly said, "He's buying time." Yang Yi nodded. "I know." He gazed at the old man. "Why did all of you act against Yin Hao's group? She's a barrier for us." The old man continued, "If she didn't try to protect you and left herself, then nothing would have happened to you. Unfortunately, she noticed some things, and just refused to leave and even tried to notify you. So, we had no choice but to act against her." Yang Yi nodded. "Now, I understand everything." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up at the old man. "You seem to be at the 3rd stage of the Enlightened Realm?" The old man nodded. "I know you're an extraordinary genius, and the 3rd stage of the Enlightened Realm isn't sufficient to do anything to you. So, I've notified the others. They'll be here in 30 breaths of time. Even though I can't kill you in that amount of time, it's easy for me to keep you busy for that duration. What do you think?" 30 breaths of time. Yang Yi chuckled. "Allow me to be honest. You think too highly of yourself." Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was above the old man. After that, a pure white dragon claw appeared around Yang Yi's right hand. A ferocious glow flashed within his eyes, and then he raised his right hand and slammed it down. As soon as he did that, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The Sword Domain. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The old man instantly felt himself being suppressed by the Sword Domain. Coupled with Yang Yi's descending attack, the dual sources of pressure caused the old man's body to warp. The old man stared at the attack above him. He knew that had severely underestimated the human who stood before him. The old man's desire to live made him fight back before death. A powerful aura surged out from him, and Yang Yi's attack had descended. Bang! The space in a huge area was instantly obliterated, and a black hole appeared. Obliterated! As for the old man, had been obliterated as well. Yan Yi glanced at his palm while he stood within the pitch-black expanse of space, and then he vanished on the spot. Around 10 breaths of time later, a black-robed man suddenly appeared where the old man had been standing. The space here had returned to normal. The black-robed man glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. No matter how strong someone is at the 6th stage of the true realm, how strong can he be? The black-robed man vanished on the spot. The endless ocean. After he killed the old man, Yang Yi immediately raised his speed to its limits. In-house capture was definitely related to Gu Nia, who guarded the endless ocean. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop, because a woman in a white dress appeared in front of him. Yang Yi's face fell. He was about to say something when she suddenly said, "She asked me to give you a message. Leave immediately." "Leave?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Which parties in the sky race participated in the attack on In-ho?" The woman replied indifferently, "I don't know." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Isn't the sky race worried about creating trouble between your sky race and the shaman race?" She walked over to Yang Yi. "Do you still not understand? You're everyone's target. In-ho was only targeted because she wanted to protect you. If she didn't try to protect you and chose to flee instead, then even 3 experts on her level wouldn't be able to capture her." Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Sovereign of Man's sword appeared in his grasp. He smiled. "Is this sword really that good? Everyone is coming for it." The woman suddenly asked, "Do you know its true use?" Yang Yi gazed at her. "What is it?" She explained. "It was created by the joint forces of countless almighty figures, and it has many effects. One of it is the ability to destroy barriers. It can destroy all barriers. There's a barrier between the sky race and human race, but that sword can destroy the barrier. Simply speaking, its owner possesses the initiative to attack any other race." She paused for a moment and continued, "It has one more ability, but I don't know if it's true." Yang Yi asked again, "What is it?" She replied solemnly, "According to rumor, it can converge the strength of all the dimensions and slaughter the gods." "Slaughter the gods?" Yang Yi looked down at the sword in his grasp and spoke solemnly. "While it's extraordinary, it doesn't seem to be as powerful as you say. Of course, it can break through barriers." She suddenly asked, "Does it have a sword spirit?" "Yes," Yang Yi replied. "But—" Yang Yi's voice stopped abruptly, because he noticed that it had never spoken to him. However, there was an even bigger problem, and it was that the sword seemed to have a consciousness. "It's just the sword's instinct." Meanwhile, the woman continued, "Its sword spirit was heavily injured in the battle that occurred all those years ago, and it has fallen into an endless slumber. You've merely come into contact with a trace of its instinct. That's why it fell into the hands of the Sovereign of Man and you. Otherwise, allow me to be honest. While the Sovereign of Man is strong enough to wield it, it would probably not spare you a single glance." Yang Yi was about to speak when the woman added, "You'll die if you don't leave the sky dimension." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" She replied, "My father is aware of your presence. If it wasn't for Shao Qi, you would be dead by now." Yang Yi asked, "Your father wants to kill me?" She replied, "He does." Yang Yi chuckled and gazed at her. "Tell him that I'm vengeful, very vengeful." He left once he finished speaking. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1941, Ocean Prison. Suddenly, the woman's voice came from behind him. "So you refuse to leave, right?" Yang Yi stopped. "Help me give Shao Qi a message. I don't know why she refuses to meet me, but he'll definitely come back for her." His figure vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. The woman shook her head. "He's courting death, but that's fine too." After he left, Yang Yi shot straight for the endless ocean. This time, he hadn't expected that the sword would have created so much trouble for him. Not only was the Sovereign of Man after it, even the other races wanted it. However, it allowed him to realize that the sword he had was far greater than had expected. Just thinking about being pursued by the experts of numerous different races made a chill run down Yang Yi's spine. At this moment, he felt like throwing the sword away. Yang Yi shot swiftly through the clouds, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the endless ocean. It was the largest ocean in the sky dimension, and it was guarded by Gu Nie. Yang Yi's objective was Gu Nie. Of course, he wasn't here to assassinate Gu Nie, he was here to save Yin Ho. Yang Yi snuck to the bottom of the ocean without making a sound. There was a completely different world down there. There was a city at the bottom of the endless ocean, and it was called Endless City. However, something quite strange about it was that the city was isolated from seawater, or to be more precise, the seawater surrounded the city yet was stopped from entering it by a mysterious force. So, it was independent down at the bottom of the ocean, and it wasn't one with the seawater. Yang Yi snuck into the city, glanced at the surroundings, and then vanished on the spot. Endless Palace. Endless Palace was situated at the center of the city, and it was Gu Nie's residence. Yang Yi snuck over to it, and was about to sneak in when his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly stopped. A moment later, he merged into one with the shadows at the corner of the wall. Meanwhile, a wave of divine sense swept through where had been a moment ago. Yang Yi remained motionless in the shadows. It didn't take long for the divine sense to vanish, but Yang Yi still didn't move. Around 10 breaths of time later, the divine sense swept the area once more. 2 breaths of time later, it vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Yi transformed into a black shadow that entered the palace. The palace was empty. Yang Yi didn't stay here. He immediately left, and went to the abode at the back of the palace. It was Gu Nie's abode. In the abode, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Suddenly, he looked towards the right, and a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. A moment later, he vanished on the spot. In a luxurious room, a young man was seated cross-legged on the ground, and he emanated a faint green light. It was Gu Bang, whom Yang Yi had heavily injured in Sky City. At this moment, he was clearly healing. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, and then a mouthful of foul air flowed out from him. Gu Bang opened his eyes. A ferocious glow flashed throughout. "You lowly human! Just you wait, it'll make living worse than death for you." He naturally hated Yang Yi. Yang Yi had heavily injured him in public, and it was definitely a terrible humiliation. Now, he didn't even dare to visit Sky City because it was too embarrassing. Gu Bang stood up once he finished speaking. At the moment he did that, a wave of mysterious energy suddenly appeared within the room. Gu Bang's expression changed drastically, and he was about to attack. However, a sword pressed against his forehead. Gu Bang's figure stiffened on the spot, and he didn't dare move a muscle. He stared at Yang Yi and said, "It's you!" Yang Yi smiled. "Is it a surprise? A pleasant surprise?" Gu Bang's expression was extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pressed his sword forward lightly. "I have a few questions. Don't try anything because it'll make you lose your head. Understand?" Gu Bang spoke in a low voice. "What do you want to know?" Yang Yi asked. "Where's Yin Ho?" Gu Bang hesitated for a moment and replied, "I don't know." Hiss! One of Gu Bang's ears flew into the air, and it made his expression change drastically, and almost cried out in pain. The only reason he didn't make a sound was that a sword had stabbed half an inch into his forehead, and he would lose his life if it went any deeper. Yang Yi smiled. "I'll give you one more chance. It's your last chance. Trust me, you'll lose your head if you try that again." Gu Bang broke out in cold sweat. A short while passed before he said, "The ocean prison! She's being kept in the ocean prison." Yang Yi asked, "Where is it?" Gu Bang answered in a low voice, "Deep underground below the city." Yang Yi asked, "Who participated in all of this?" Gu Bang fell silent again. Hiss! Gu Bang's remaining ear flew into the air, and his countenance instantly turned pale. He hurriedly said, "My father, a mysterious expert from the human race, and a golden-robed man from the devil race. Yan Yi asked. No one else? Gu Bang replied. There are. But they didn't join the battle, and they seem to be looking for you. Yang Yi smiled. Isn't your father looking for me too? Gu Bang glanced at Yang Yi and said, You won't be able to escape. The sky race isn't the only race that wants to kill you, the experts of the other races want to kill you too. Right, experts from the shaman race seem to be participating too. You're the one all of them want. The shaman race? Yang Yi laughed coldly. The holy sword was much more enticing to others than had ever imagined. I have a soul plate. Meanwhile, Gu Bang suddenly said, If you kill me, my soul plate will crack apart, and my father will notice you. Yang Yi gazed at Gu Bang and smiled. Thanks for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have almost caused my plan to fail. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi slammed his left fist into Gu Bang's head. Gu Bang didn't die, and he just fell unconscious. Yang Yi dragged Gu Bang's unconscious figure into the primordial pagoda because he was still useful. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi snuck out of the city, and then went deep underground. It didn't take long for him to notice a huge pitch-black tower. The ocean prison! Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. The divine sense of experts was sweeping through the surroundings. However, his sword domain concealed him from them. Yang Yi noticed that the pagoda only had 4 levels, but some sort of energy was obstructing his divine sense from entering it. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi arrived at the first level, but he didn't see In Ho. He didn't stop here and went to the second level. The second level was much smaller, and the people confined here were much fewer. However, they were much stronger than the people locked up on the first level. He still didn't see In Ho. Yang Yi continued upwards. It didn't take long for him to get to the third level. The third level was even smaller, and only a few were confined here. However, all of them were at the Tao realm. The Tao realm was divided into 4 stages, the hear, know, see, and attain stages. Everyone on this level was at the hear Tao realm. Yang Yi still didn't find In Ho here. Yang Yi continued upwards, and he arrived in the 4th level. The 4th level was very tiny, and it was quite ghastly too. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Suddenly a voice resounded. Tisk tsk. The 6th stage of the true realm, yet you were actually able to get here? Huh! That's the sword domain. A domain? No wonder. Yang Yi looked towards its source, and he saw a dark red cage on his right. A middle-aged man with hair that hung down to his shoulders was locked up within the cage, and his entire body was covered in pitch-black chains. The middle-aged man didn't have any arms or legs. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man before moving his gaze away. He turned around and saw a pitch-black cage on the other side, and a woman was within it. It was In Ho. However, her head was slightly drooping, and she seemed to be unconscious. Besides that, there were numerous fist-sized chains coiled around her. Yang Yi's face fell. He walked over to the cage. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly said, You can't break those chains. Yang Yi turned to gaze at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man continued, The chains in these cages were specially made by the sky race to imprison Tao realm experts. Tao realm experts at the sea Tao realm, or below, will have their blood, profound energy, and even souls restrained once they are imprisoned in these cages and chains. You! Suddenly, Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. He immediately raised it and swung it. Hiss! The middle-aged man watched with astonishment as the cage around In Ho was sliced open. The middle-aged man was stunned. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and he just swung his sword repeatedly. Hiss! 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 The chains around In Ho were instantly sliced apart. That's the Xian. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said something, but for some unknown reason, he stopped speaking before he finished. Yang Yi ignored the middle-aged man. He went over to In Ho and transported her into the primordial pagoda. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said, "Save me." Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man. "Why should I?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "I'll owe you a favor." Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man for a long time, and then he raised his sword and swung it. Hiss! 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 The caging chains around the middle-aged man were instantly sliced apart. Once he regained his freedom, the middle-aged man took a deep breath, and then his body started to tremble. It was from excitement. The middle-aged man's arms gradually grew back, and so did his legs. He turned to look at Yang Yi. "Young brother, can you help me with something else? Help me destroy this prison, all right?" Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he raised his sword with both hands and swung it. Boom! In an instant, the entire prison collapsed. At this moment, all the others trapped within the prison were released. However, they didn't flee immediately, and they went over to the middle-aged man and knelt down instead. "My lord, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1942. A Familiar Voice. "Lord?" Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man smiled. "Are you curious about my identity?" Yang Yi nodded. "A little." The middle-aged man smiled. "You know Gu Nia, right?" Yang Yi nodded slightly. "I do." The middle-aged man revealed something that shocked Yang Yi. "He's my younger brother." Yang Yi gazes at the middle-aged man with astonishment, and there was bewilderment in his eyes. The smile on the middle-aged man's face gradually became icy cold. "I'm Gu Hai, the divine general who used to guard the endless ocean, and Gu Nia was my younger brother. A few dozens of years ago, he suddenly rose up in revolt, and he caught me off guard with the help of outsiders. In the end, my brothers and I were captured. As for me, he severed my arms and legs before sealing my cultivation." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "I don't understand why he didn't just kill you. Why would he?" Gu Hai smiled. "He hasn't gotten the precious treasure of our clan, the Ocean Soul, and he won't kill me until he gets it." Yang Yi nodded. "Since you're free now, I'll be bidding my farewells." Yang Yi intended to leave once he finished speaking. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said, "You can't leave for now." Yang Yi stopped, looked up, and said, "As expected." A group had appeared above them, and it was led by Gu Nia. There was a gray-robed old man by Gu Ni's side. At this moment, Gu Ni's expression was extremely gloomy, and he was staring at Gu Hai. "The heavens really do play tricks on us." Gu Hai suddenly chuckled. "Even I never expected that I would be able to escape." "My good younger brother, your older brother has escaped, so why don't you look happy at all?" Gu Nia gazed at Yang Yi. "I should have disregarded everything and killed you that day. But it's fine, it isn't too late to kill you right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he clawed at Yang Yi from afar. Bang! The space around Yang Yi suddenly started trembling, and then the water around him shot towards him. Yang Yi was about to counterattack when a pearl of water flashed, and it slammed against the torrent of water. Bang! The torrent exploded apart. Yang Yi gazed at Gu Hai because it was Gu Hai who'd helped him deal with that attack. "I owe this young brother here, so you can't kill him." Gu Hai chuckled, and then he gazed at the gray-robed old man by Gu Ni's side. "Elder Yu, I really don't understand why you would help my younger brother to launch a surprise attack against me." The old man glanced at Gu Hai and replied, "It's meaningless to talk about all of that, isn't it?" Gu Hai nodded. "You're very right." Suddenly, Gu Nia vanished on the spot. As soon as he vanished, the water in the surroundings started to boil, and then it slammed down towards Yang Yi and the others. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Gu Hai's mouth. "Are you in that much of a rush to kill us and keep your secret safe?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hands and pushed them outwards. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the water around them seemed to have been obstructed by something and stopped on the spot. Meanwhile, a figure appeared in front of Gu Hai. Bang! Gu Hai was blasted over 1 kilometer away. As soon as he stopped himself, an ethereal spear had arrived before his forehead. Gu Hai's face was calm. He clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! In an instant, a black vortex appeared in front of him. The black vortex swallowed Gu Ni's spear. However, a strand of dark blue water had suddenly descended from the sky and arrived above Gu Hai. Yang Yi didn't continue watching the battle. He glanced at the surroundings and started sneaking backwards. It was the best opportunity to leave. Everyone's gazes were on Gu Nia and Gu Hai, so no one noticed Yang Yi. Just like that, Yang Yi transformed into a speck of light that vanished upwards. Bang! Suddenly, a figure crashed down from above. Boom! The figure slammed against the ground and caused a huge expanse of water in the ocean to ripple. Everyone looked towards the figure. It was none other than Yang Yi, who had almost escaped just now. Yang Yi stood up and glanced at his right hand. At this moment, his right hand had cracked open. He fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up. A bald man had suddenly appeared not too far above him. The man seemed to be around the age of 30, and his figure was exceptionally robust. He was more than twice the size of an ordinary person. His arms were covered in bulging muscles, and they seemed to be filled with explosive strength. Besides the robust man, there was an extremely enchanting woman not too far away from him. It was the bald man who had stopped Yang Yi from leaving. Extraordinary indeed! Meanwhile, the bald man suddenly spoke. Few in the 6th stage of the true realm can take a punch of mine. Yang Yi glanced at the bald man and the beautiful woman. Which race are both of you from? The bald man replied indifferently. I'm from the demon race, and she's from the devil race. Our goal is simple. Hand over the sword, and we'll let you leave. Let me leave. Yang Yi chuckled. Does he think I'm an idiot? If Yang Yi was someone without potential and couldn't be a threat to them, then they may be benevolent enough to take the sword but not his life. However, Yang Yi was someone who could pose a threat to them. Even though he was no threat to them now, he would definitely be one in the future. So, as soon as he handed over the sword, it would be the moment they attacked to kill him. Quan Shi! Why waste your breath on him? Suddenly, the beautiful woman smiled. He's not an idiot. He won't be fooled by you. The bald man nodded slightly, and then he swung a punch at Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi's pupils constricted. At this moment, he felt like his entire body was about to be crushed. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, and he raised his sword and swung it. Boom! As soon as he swung his sword, his figure was blasted away. Quan Shi took a step forward and intended to attack again. However, Gu Hai's figure flashed and appeared before Yang Yi. Quan Shi frowned when he witnessed this. What? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Gu Hai glanced at Quan Shi, and then he looked at Yang Yi. How are you feeling? Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. I'll live. Gu Hai gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. Enduring a no-Dao realm expert's full strength at the 6th stage of the true realm. I truly admire you. I was far inferior to you, all those years ago. Yang Yi shook his head. I'm still too weak. Gu Hai smiled. Take it slow. He gazed at Quan Shi and said, Which demon king do you serve? Quan Shi spoke indifferently. What? You want to stop me? Gu Hai smiled. This young brother here saved my life, and I'm truly unable to ungratefully. Give me some face and spare him, all right? Quan Shi's face turned cold, and he slowly clenched his fists. Suddenly, the beautiful woman smiled. You should think this through. Gu Hai gazed at her, and she grinned. We won't interfere in your business with your younger brother because it's your own family's affairs. However, we hope you won't interfere in our business too. If you insist on interfering, then hee. While we don't want to interfere in your family's business, we may have to make an exception today. Gu Hai's face instantly fell when he heard this. The beautiful woman continued. Your strength is on par with your younger brother, and you may even be slightly stronger than him. If we don't interfere, then you'll have a huge chance of taking control of the endless ocean. However, if we interfere, I wonder if you'll have even the slightest chance. Gu Hai spoke coldly. Are you threatening me? The beautiful woman smiled. You can treat it like that. Gu Hai's face became gloomy. Suddenly, an old man behind him said, Don't act rashly. The important matter at hand is eliminating Gu Nye and taking back the endless ocean. This human isn't worth risking our lives on. Gu Hai fell silent. However, he clenched both his fists. The old man said, If they join the battle, we'll be facing 3 No Dao realm experts. Coupled with the fact that we've just escaped and are still weak, it's extremely disadvantageous to us. So, please prioritize our main objective. Gu Hai closed his eyes slowly. Everyone here gazed at Gu Hai. A long time passed before Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. How can a person be ungrateful? He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Young brother, I can't help much, and I can only send you on your way. The rest will depend on you. He waved his right hand once he finished speaking. Come. As soon as he commanded, a dark ray of light shot up into the air from deep within the ocean, and then it traveled through space and arrived before Gu Hai. It was a fist-sized pearl. The ocean's soul. Gu Nye's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, Gu Hai suddenly appeared before Yang Yi and waved his right hand. A spatial rift instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then he grabbed Yang Yi's shoulder and pushed Yang Yi into the spatial rift. A moment later, space returned to normal. Quan Shi's expression turned extremely gloomy. Don't let him get away. Suddenly, Gu Hai tapped the ocean soul. In an instant, an enormous part of the ocean suddenly started rippling, and then the ocean water here transformed into waves that slammed down at Quan Shi and the beautiful woman. Damn it! Quan Shi cursed furiously beneath the waves. In the clouds very far away from the endless ocean, the space there trembled, and then a figure flashed out from there. It was Yang Yi! Yang Yi glanced in the direction of the endless ocean. At this moment, the ocean was rippling, and it seemed like it was boiling. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he withdrew his gaze and intended to leave. Suddenly, a voice resounded from behind him. You're still as strong as always. Yang Yi stopped. The voice was quite familiar. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1943, Attack of a Saint. Yang Yi turned around. There was a black-robed old man behind him, and he recognized the old man. It was Gu Ye, who had traveled to the large universe with him. Gu Ye! Yang Yi spoke solemnly. It's you! He hadn't expected that he would encounter Gu Ye here. Gu Ye grinned. Young brother Yang, long time no see. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. You're definitely here for a reason, right? Gu Ye nodded. Allow me to overstep a little. You're an extraordinary genius, and you'll definitely accomplish great things in the large universe. So, why destroy your own future for a sword? Yang Yi smiled. So you're here for the sword? Yes. Gu Ye looked Yang Yi in the eyes. I know you're a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. One of the 10 paradises, the Oblivion Sect, stands behind me. The Oblivion Sect can be ranked in the top 3 amongst the 10 paradises. If you're willing to hand over that sword, then my sect's master is willing to take you as his personal disciple. Yang Yi was about to speak when Gu Ye added, Young brother, it's an absolutely great opportunity. Yang Yi smiled and looked Gu Ye in the eyes. You should be aware that I offended the sovereign of man and the shaman hunter clan. So, what I want to know is the Oblivion Sect stronger than both of them? Gu Ye spoke solemnly. Young brother, I'll just be frank. The holy sword will only bring endless troubles to you. Hand it over, and many will cease to look for trouble with you. At that time, you'll definitely be able to survive with the strength you possess. Yang Yi asked. What if I refuse? Guya looked Yang Yi in the eyes. I advise you not to do that. Yang Yi grinned. So long as it doesn't leave me on its own, then it belongs to me. As a sword cultivator, handing over his sword was no different than surrendering. So, he would naturally not do something like that. A sword cultivator's sword could be broken, not bent. While bending represented survival, but it also represented a lack of backbone and honor. Guya gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, Who was the master of Fengyu Forest to you? Yang Yi asked. Why? Guya shook his head slightly. Nothing. I'm just asking. He waved his right hand, and then two old men appeared by his side. Both of them were Dao realm experts. However, they weren't at the No Dao realm, and they were new Here Dao realm experts. Two Here Dao realm experts and a third stage enlightened realm expert. Guya was at the third stage of the enlightened realm now. His cultivation had risen by leaps and bounds. Guya took a step back, and then he said to the old man who held a cane with a dragon head, Elder Mo, you deal with him. Elder Mo nodded slightly, and then he took a step forward and gazed at Yang Yi. A moment later, a powerful aura swept out like a storm and slammed down towards Yang Yi. He was using his aura to suppress Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while his profound energy surged. A breath of time later, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he vanished on the spot. As soon as Yang Yi's figure vanished, a ray of light flashed. While Yang Yi was only at the 6th stage of the true realm, his speed caused Elder Mo, a Here Dao realm expert, to be visibly moved by it. Bang! An explosion rumbled, and then a figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi's figure. Yang Yi finally stopped himself after flying almost 3 kilometers back, and then he glanced at his hand. At this moment, it had cracked open, and threads of blood were flowing from it. He fell silent for a moment before looking up at the old man. A Dao realm expert. Yang Yi knew that the gap between him and a Dao realm expert wasn't small at all, and it should be very huge. If he didn't rely on any external sources of strength, then his current realm of cultivation was utterly insufficient to go against such experts. Yet now, even if he used external sources of strength, it was still very difficult for him to deal with such an expert. The gap in their cultivation was too huge. Elder Mo glanced at Yang Yi. Extraordinary indeed. If you didn't offend the sovereign of Man and Shaman Hunter clan, then I would definitely convince the sect master to take you as his personal disciple. Unfortunately, the problems you're in are too huge, and even my Oblivion sect wouldn't dare to rashly get involved in it. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, stretched out his hand in Yang Yi's direction, and twisted it slightly. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi warped. A wave of powerful energy enveloped him, and Yang Yi felt like his body was about to be torn apart. It felt like he was being torn apart. Yang Yi didn't dare hold back, and he utilized the sword domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, the energy around him weakened tremendously. At the same time, 10 ethereal swords appeared around Elder Mo. An instant later, rays of light crisscrossed and enveloped him. Hiss! 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 Countless rays of light flickered incessantly through the sword domain, but they were actually unable to get close to Elder Mo. The space around Elder Mo showed faint signs of being warped, and just that had made Yang Yi's sword energy incapable of getting close to Elder Mo. Yang Yi's face fell once more. What sharp sword energy! Elder Mo spoke abruptly. Unfortunately, it's still not really enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared out of thin air before Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared 3 kilometers away. But just a moment passed before another ray of sword energy appeared before Elder Mo's forehead. The sword domain combined was split second. It was absolutely swift. If one looked carefully, one would notice that because it had been so fast, space had been torn open in its wake. When the sword energy arrived around half an inch away from him, Elder Mo raised his right hand and swung a punch. Boom! The sword energy exploded apart, while his figure was pushed almost 300 m back. After he pushed Elder Mo back, Yang Yi followed up with another attack. He transformed into a ray of light that appeared in front of Elder Emo again, and then he swung his sword with both hands. Suddenly, Elder Emo moved 300 m backwards, and then he slapped his palm at Yang Yi. A huge ethereal palm that was over 100 m wide appeared in front of Yang Yi, and the powerful energy it carried caused the space around Yang Yi to crack open. Yang Yi was shocked. However, his sword didn't stop, and he still swung it down. Bang! The ethereal palm was sliced into two. However, Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. While had been pushed back, Yang Yi had relied on his powerful physical body to forcefully endure it. Amazing! Truly amazing! Meanwhile, Elder Emo spoke abruptly. All the geniuses of my Oblivion sect are inferior to you. Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi smiled. The Oblivion sect. Very good, I'll pay a visit to your sect in the future. You want to take revenge? Elder Emo spoke indifferently. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Guya and the other old man. Don't give him any chances. Attack with me. Guya and the other old man were about to join the battle once they heard this. Suddenly Yang Yi said, You intend to bully me with numbers? I have help too. Show yourself. A flurry little head emerged. It was Snowy. Elder Emo and the others stopped when they saw Snowy, and there was a trace of curiosity in their eyes. They were curious about Yang Yi's help. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and said, Attack them! Snowy blinked, and then she waved her claws. She was asking if she really could attack them. Yang Yi nodded. This time you can. Snowy cracked a smile, and then she gazed at Elder Mo's group. After that, a sword appeared in her grasp before a ray of sword energy tore through the air. Elder Emo waved his right hand, and the sword energy vanished without a trace. Snowy was stunned. Yang Yi's face darkened. Don't use a sword, use your fists. No, use your paws. Use all your strength. Because they want to kill me. If you don't kill them, then they'll kill me. Enough! Suddenly, Elder Emo spoke coldly. Yang Yi, are you playing tricks with me? You! Suddenly, Snowy appeared 300 m away from Elder Emo's. Snowy gazed at the old man, clenched her paws, and seemed like she was very angry. Elder Emo didn't say anything, and he just waved a strand of powerful energy towards Snowy. Snowy took a deep breath, and then her figure shuddered before a wave of terrifying aura emerged from within her. Elder Emo and the others were stunned when they sensed the aura. Obviously, they hadn't expected that little fellow before them to possess such a terrifying aura. Suddenly, Snowy's body spun 360 degrees on the spot, and then she slammed one of her tiny fists forward. Something shocking occurred. That insignificant little fist caused the space in an enormous area to crack open. As for Elder Emo, who bore the brunt of it, he was blasted over 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, blood sprayed out repeatedly from his mouth, and then he looked up at Snowy. Sage! Sage protection! Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mo's figure exploded and vanished without a trace. Guya and the other old man were stunned. Snowy blinked, glanced at her paw, and then gazed at where Elder Emo had been obliterated. She kept blinking as she thought to herself, "Am that strong?" Meanwhile, she suddenly gazed at Guya and the other old man, and then she clenched her right paw. Guya and the other old man's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Snowy didn't attack them. She just sat on her sword and floated slowly in their direction. She was helping Yang Yi pressure them. Guya gulped when he saw her fly towards them, and then he moved backwards incessantly with the old man. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly waved her little claws, and then Guya and the old man moved 3 kilometers back. Actually, the attack of a sage could only be used once. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1944. I have help too. Chapter 1944. I have helped too. Sage protection could only be used once. However, Snowy didn't know that, and both Guya and the old man weren't aware either. Just like that, a Here Dao realm expert and a third stage enlightened realm expert were being forced backwards repeatedly by Snowy. They didn't know that, but Yang Yi was aware. Yang Yi went over to Snowy and said, "Snowy, don't kill more." Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and was puzzled. Yang Yi spoke seriously. "You're a good child, so you shouldn't kill too much. Understand?" Snowy blinked and displayed that she didn't understand him. Yang Yi added, "The heavens are benevolent. It was alright to kill that other fellow because he wanted to kill me, but now—" Yang Yi pointed at Guya and the old man. "They didn't attack me just now, so you can spare them. Understand?" Snowy glanced at Guya and the old man. Their expressions changed again when they saw Snowy gaze at them, and their eyes were filled with fear. It wasn't a problem with their mentality, and it was because the strength Snowy revealed had been truly too terrifying. She had instantly annihilated a Dao realm expert. It was heaven-defying. Suddenly Yang Yi gazed at Guya. "Guya, go back and tell your sect master that I'll definitely pay a visit to the Oblivion sect. Wait for me." Guya glanced at Yang Yi and Snowy, and then Snowy immediately waved her little paw. Guya and the old man's eyelids twitched from the sight of this, and they became vigilant. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly embraced Snowy. "Don't kill more. You're a sprite lord, killing more is bad for you, so don't kill so much. Understand?" Snowy blinked while lightly placing her paw on his forehead. She was asking if he was all right. Yang Yi ignored her and gazed at Guya instead. He spoke fiercely. "What are you still standing there for?" Guya glanced at Snowy and gazed at Yang Yi. "Until next time!" He vanished on the spot with the old man. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them leave. After all, the old man had been a Dao realm expert. If the old man attacked, he would definitely be in a worrying situation. Once Guya's group left, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and was about to leave with Snowy. But his face suddenly fell. Because the space in front of him had started to tremble, and then a voice came from there. "Sage protection. TSK, TSK. What a blessed little fellow!" As soon as the voice finished resounding, a middle-aged man appeared. The middle-aged man's aura was much stronger than Elder Mo and the other old man from before. It was extremely strong. At the very least, he was a no Dao realm expert like Yin Ho. Yan Ye's face was extremely gloomy. The middle-aged man gazed at Snowy. "A sprite lord. No wonder it received the protection of a sage." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "I didn't expect a sprite lord to actually be willing to stay with you. How surprising." Yang Yi patted Snowy on the head. "Go inside and play, all right?" Snowy pointed at the middle-aged man and pointed at herself. She was clearly telling him that she would deal with the man. Yang Yi chuckled and said, "I'll do it. Be good." Snowy cracked a smile and flashed into the primordial pagoda. Only Yang Yi and the middle-aged man remained. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man glanced at the surroundings. "Since you're all here, why don't you show yourselves?" "Fine." A hearty voice resounded from Yang Ye's left, and then a robust man appeared there. The man had a curly beard and a single arm. At the same time, a green-robed middle-aged man suddenly appeared on Yang Ye's right. The man didn't just wear green clothes, even his hair was green. Besides that, his eyes were a strange shade of emerald too. One of the human race's 4 adepts, CSCN, one of the barbarian race's 10 generals, Yen Ba, an elder of the spirit race. TSK, TSK. So many renowned figures in this universe are here. Suddenly, delicate laughter came from behind Yang Yi. A beautiful woman and a middle-aged man had appeared there. Yang Yi recognized them. They were the demon race's Quan Shi and the woman from the devil race whom had met in the endless ocean. The human middle-aged man, CSCN, smiled. The human race, devil race, barbarian race, spirit race, demon race. He suddenly looked towards the side. "Which race are you from?" A moment of silence ensued, and then the space there trembled before an old man walked out slowly. The old man was thin, wrinkled, and had yellowing skin. His figure was unusually thin, like had been starving for a long time. The old man glanced at Xian and said, "A race that doesn't have a reputation. It's nothing worth mentioning." Xian glanced at the old man, and then he looked up. "My friend from the sky race, aren't you going to show yourself?" 3 breaths of time later, a middle-aged man wearing white armor appeared there. Xian grinned and gazed at Yang Yi. There should be no more now. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. All of them were Dao realm experts, and they were even at the no Dao realm. All of them were at the no Dao realm. Not to mention all of them, he couldn't even deal with one of them. Yang Yi smiled. "All of you really think highly of me?" "Think highly of you?" Xian shook his head slightly. "While you're an extraordinary genius, you're not strong enough to make so many of us come to kill you." The Holy Sword. The sovereign of man somehow lost it, and it fell into your hands. As far as all the races are concerned, it's a sword of utmost importance, and no mishaps can be allowed to occur. The Holy Sword. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi looked down at the sword in his grasp and smiled. "Since I obtained you, I've never had an end to trouble." The Holy Sword trembled lightly and seemed to be saying something. Yang Yi grinned. "I'm not blaming you. This is my choice. While you've brought countless troubles to me, you've helped me tremendously as well." As he spoke, he looked up at Xian. "I'm quite curious. If this sword is so important, why doesn't the sovereign of man come and get it himself? I'll answer you." Suddenly, the woman from the devil race who stood behind Yang Yi smiled. "Because the sovereign of man doesn't dare to do it himself." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The woman smiled. "Because if he leaves the central prefecture, he may suffer a joint attack from the experts of the shaman race, or some other race. Now, no race will allow that sword to return to the human race's possession." Yang Yi gazed at her. "I still don't really understand." She smiled. "The human race's ambition is huge. Even though they aren't the strongest amongst the races, their ambition is definitely the greatest. That holy sword can break through all barriers, so they hold the initiative to start a war. Thus, we don't want the human race to have that initiative, we want it for ourselves. Understand? Would your devil race's devil sovereign dare to come?" Meanwhile, Xian suddenly said, "Would he dare?" He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "The sovereign of man didn't come himself because if he does, then we wouldn't be the people around you at this moment, and it would be those who make the decisions in the large universe. That's why the leaders of the various races aren't here. Because as far as they're concerned, the entire large universe is about to enter into a state of chaos." Yang Yi smiled. "There's only one sword, but there are so many of you here. It doesn't seem to be enough to be shared amongst you." Xian nodded slightly and glanced at the surroundings. "While he's trying to drive a wedge between us, it does make sense. Everyone, it belongs to my human race, so it should be returned to us. Coming to take it isn't really." Xian, cut the crap. The robust bearded man from the barbarian race, Yen Ba, suddenly interrupted. "It does belong to the human race, but that was in the past. Now, it may belong to any one of us. Simply speaking, it'll belong to the strongest. What do all of you think?" "I think it makes absolute sense," Yang Yi suddenly said. "The strongest gets the sword. All of you, please feel free to fight first. Once you're done, they'll give this sword to the winner." "I'm serious." All of them gazed at him with quite a strange expression on their faces. Meanwhile, delicate laughter resounded. The woman from the devil race gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. "What a great plan. You want us to kill each other, and then you take advantage of the situation. However, while it's a good plan, reality is cruel. Because the first we kill when fighting for the sword will be you." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xian gazed at Yang Yi. "You could have become a pillar of my human race. Unfortunately, you willingly allowed yourself to fall. Not only have you cultivated the techniques of the shaman race, you've even merged with their bloodline. A pity, truly a pity." He glanced at the others and continued. Everyone, let's put the ownership of the sword aside for now. Let's kill him first before discussing that, alright? I have no objections. The woman from the devil race smiled. But who'll make the first move? CSCN replied. How about we attack together? Everyone here nodded slightly to display they had no objections. At this moment, everyone gazed at Yang Yi. CSCN suddenly said, You can choose to take your own life. Take my own life? Yang Yi chuckled and said, Actually, I have help. Is that so? CSCN spoke indifferently. Why don't you call your help? Yang Yi looked CSCN in the eyes. Are you sure? I am. CSCN nodded slightly. Let me see who can save your life. Yang Yi smiled. Since all of you want to see it, then I'll do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and something appeared there. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1945. Convince others with the fist. A strand of hair. There was a strand of golden hair on Yang Yi's palm. It was naturally the hair that the monkey had given Yang Yi in the medium universe. Yang Yi spoke softly as he gazed at the monkey hair on his palm. Brother Monkey, I don't want to pull you into a trap, but I have no other choice. He squeezed it lightly once he finished speaking. Swish! The golden hair transformed into a ray of golden light and vanished into the sky. At this moment, everyone became vigilant. The golden light entered the sky, but nothing happened after that. A breath of time passed, then 2 breaths. 10 breaths of time passed, nothing happened. Yang Yi gulped. Brother Monkey, are you still down there in the medium universe? How strong was the monkey? Yang Yi didn't have a clear idea, but he knew that the monkey was very strong, extremely strong. After all, the monkey was a demon king, and based on what Jiangqi said, it was obvious that the monkey was no ordinary demon king. Of course, the current issue wasn't the monkey's strength, it was whether the monkey would come. If the monkey didn't come, then everything would be meaningless. It didn't take long for 20 breaths of time to pass, but nothing had happened. Where's your help? Meanwhile, CSCN suddenly said, Your help doesn't seem to dare to show himself or herself. Yang Yi fell silent. All right, let's stop wasting time. Meanwhile, CSCN continued, Yang Yi, since you're quite an outstanding genius, I'll give you a chance. You can take your own life. Take my own life? Yang Yi chuckled. He tightened his grip on his sword, and his profound energy started to surge madly. CSCN spoke indifferently. Looks like you don't want this opportunity. Fine, then well, just waste a little more effort. As soon as he finished speaking, CSCN was about to attack. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion resounded far away in the sky. It was like a deafening thunderclap. Everyone looked up into the sky, and a golden cloud had suddenly appeared there. An instant later, a ray of golden light flashed through the sky. CSCN and the others were slightly stunned, and then they suddenly looked over in Yang Yi's direction. At this moment, a monkey who emanated faint flames appeared in front of Yang Yi. CSCN and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces when they saw the monkey. The monkey ignored all of them and gazed at Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi smiled. Brother Monkey, long time no see. The monkey nodded slightly. You've grown very quickly. Not bad. Yang Yi smiled. But I'm still quite weak. It's a process, the monkey said. A process of growth. Every genius has to go through this process of growth, and it's that process which is the main reason for their growth and strength. Yang Yi smiled and glanced at the people here. Brother Monkey, it's not a problem, right? The monkey glanced at the people here, and he was about to speak when Kuang Shi's eyes suddenly opened wide. He spoke in a trembling voice. You are. Meanwhile, the monkey gazed at Kuang Shi. The demon race? Which demon king do you serve? Kuang Shi glanced at the monkey and replied. Chilean mountains. The monkey said. Fuck off and tell him not to look for trouble with this kid. Otherwise, he'll crush the Chilean mountains into bits. Huang Shi's expression changed when he heard this, but he didn't dare to say a word. He immediately cupped his fist to the monkey and left. You're a demon king of the demon race? Suddenly, the middle-aged man from the sky race said. You seem to have forgotten that this is the sky dimension. The sky dimension? The monkey looked up at the middle-aged man, and then he instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. A moment later, his rod slammed down. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected the monkey to actually attack him. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he hurriedly raised his spear to block the attack. Bang! Everyone watched with astonishment as the middle-aged man was obliterated in an instant. He was obliterated on the spot. Everyone here was stunned. It only took a moment for their faces to turn slightly pale. A demon king! At this moment, they finally realized that it was a demon king of the demon race who was standing before them. Meanwhile, the monkey gazed at Xian. Xian's expression changed. Are you planning on bullying the weak? The monkey pointed at Yang Yi. Aren't you doing the same by ganging up on him? As soon as he finished speaking, the monkey's golden rod vanished on the spot, and then it appeared in front of Xian. Xian's expression changed drastically. He waved his right hand, and a black scroll suddenly appeared in front of him. A moment later, it exploded apart, and then numerous thin barriers of light appeared before him. There were around 10,000 barriers of light that had overlapped before him. Boom! However, the barriers exploded apart in an instant, and Xian's figure was transformed into a black dot that vanished into the sky. He wasn't dead, however, had clearly suffered a heavy injury, because a puddle of blood had appeared where Xian had been standing just now. The monkey glanced up into the sky. At this moment, the black dot there had vanished. Xian had fled. The monkey waved his right hand, and the golden rod appeared in his grasp. After that, he flicked it, and it transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished into the sky. A point in space extremely far away trembled, and then the bloody figure of a man flashed out from there. It was Xian. Xian heaved a sigh of relief and was about to continue forward. However, a ray of light suddenly pierced through the back of his head. Xian's figure stiffened, and then his body vanished on the spot like a puff of smoke. At this moment, the atmosphere around Yang Yi was quite tense. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Everyone was looking at the monkey. It wasn't that they didn't want to flee, they didn't dare to. The monkey's strength far surpassed them. So, if he didn't want to let them go, then they couldn't. The monkey glanced at them and said, "Fuck off!" It seemed like a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they vanished into the sky. Once all of them left, the monkey gazed at Yang Yi. If I killed all of them, the people who backed them would have shown themselves. While I don't fear them, they aren't existences you can fight right now. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. He'll remember all of them, and he'll pay them a visit in the future. A man always gets his revenge. The monkey nodded slightly. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked up into the sky. The space there started trembling, and then a white-robed old man appeared before them. The old man gazed at the monkey. Did you come all the way to my sky dimension to provoke my sky race? Provoke your sky race? The monkey looked up at the white-robed old man. Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of talking to me? The white-robed old man's expression instantly became unsightly. Meanwhile, the monkey gazed at Yang Yi. Are you coming with me? He was extremely grateful to Yang Yi. After all, he was at his worst when he descended to the medium universe, and if it wasn't for Yang Yi, he would have been in an absolutely worrying situation. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I want to meet the Sovereign of Sky. You want to meet the Sovereign of Sky? The old man ridiculed. Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy? Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly because a rod had appeared in front of him. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically. Bang! The white-robed old man was blasted away, and he flew over 30 kilometers before he finally stopped himself. As soon as he did, a mouthful of blood sprayed from him. The old man looked up at the monkey. While there was a 30 kilometers gap between them, it was actually a really short distance for experts at their level. The old man stared at the monkey and didn't dare say anything. As for the monkey, he ignored the old man and gazed at Yang Yi. Come, I'll take you to the Sovereign of Sky. He intended to take Yang Yi to the Sovereign of Sky. The monkey grabbed Yang Yi's shoulder and vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. At this moment, Yang Yi found out how terrifying the monkey's speed was. It took him just 10 minutes to travel from the endless ocean to Sky City. 10 minutes! It was beyond superior to Yang Yi's speed. Yang Yi and the monkey had just arrived outside Sky City when a middle-aged man in golden armor appeared before them. The armored man shouted, "Name yourself!" The monkey frowned and was about to swing his rod. However, Yang Yi suddenly stopped him and said, "Brother Monkey, wait a minute. Let me try to convince him with words." The monkey was speechless. Yang Yi gazed at the man and said, "Please notify the Sovereign of Sky that we would like an audience." "You want to meet the Sovereign of Sky?" The man in golden armor frowned. "Who's the Sovereign of Sky? He's not someone you can meet just because you want to. Go back to where you came from. Otherwise..." Suddenly, Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at the monkey. "Brother Monkey, I've changed my mind. Let's just convince him with the fist." The monkey didn't say a single word, and his rod just swept swiftly towards the armored man. The armored man was instantly swept away. At this moment, the entire city was alarmed. Someone's attacking Sky City? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1946 Evil Spirit Race. Yang Yi glanced at the monkey and said, "Brother Monkey, the Sky Race seems to be very formidable." The monkey shook his head slightly. "Not really. The God Race and Evil Spirit Race are formidable." Yang Yi was puzzled. "The God Race and Evil Spirit Race?" The monkey nodded. "Even the Tao Path, Buddhist Path, Weapon Path, and Confucianist Path dare not underestimate them." Yang Yi was about to ask about it when a man in a luxurious robe appeared in the sky above Sky City. The man seemed to be around the age of 30. He had his hands behind his back, and he had a refined aura. The Sovereign of Sky. The man was an extraordinary and renowned expert of the large universe, the Sovereign of Sky. The Sovereign of Sky gazed at the monkey. "I didn't expect you to be so lucky and actually avoid the Buddhist path's pursuit." The monkey shook his head slightly. "Sovereign of Sky, I'm not here to talk about such nonsense with you. This brother of mine wanted to see you, but your subordinates were proud and ignorant. Right, they looked down on everyone besides themselves. Sovereign of Sky, your Sky Race's haughtiness should be fixed. Otherwise, it may suffer one day." The Sovereign of Sky replied, "You don't have to worry about that. You should worry about yourself." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "I know you. You're here for Shao Qi and the Violet Mink." Yang Yi looked fearlessly at the Sovereign of Sky in the eyes. "Yes." The Sovereign of Sky shook his head. "There's too much trouble coiled around you. I don't want Shao Qi to have nothing to do with you." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Then give Zir back to me." The Sovereign of Sky asked. "Zir? That spatial mink?" Yang Yi replied. "Yes." The Sovereign of Sky shook his head. "No." Yang Yi's face fell. "Why?" The Sovereign of Sky replied. "Shao Qi's soul is still in her body. So, she can't leave the Sky Dimension until I find a suitable host for Shao Qi." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "A race as strong as the Sky Race can't find a body for her?" The Sovereign of Sky replied. "Her body is special." Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, the Sovereign of Sky said, "Human, Shao Qi is the princess of my Sky Race. Not only is her physique special, her status is special too. She carries some hopes of my sky race. I don't want her to stay with a human, especially a human who's entangled with so much. Yan Yi looked the Sovereign of Sky in the eyes. He was about to speak when the Sovereign of Sky said, "You must realize that the only reason you're still alive after coming to the Sky Dimension is that I promised her I wouldn't kill you if she didn't meet with you. However, my patience is limited. You must never return to the Sky Dimension, or I'll kill you. Never return." Yan Yi slowly clenched his fists, and then he suddenly started laughing. The Sovereign of Sky asked, "What are you laughing about?" Yang Yi smiled. "I'm laughing at why the Sky race is so full of arrogance. It's because their leader is the same. Sovereign of Sky, tell Xiaoqi something for me. Tell her that I misunderstood her, and I apologize. Besides that, tell her that I'll be back." The Sovereign of Sky looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "The Sky race doesn't welcome you." Yan Yi's smile gradually became gloomy. "When you see me again, it'll make you take all of that back." The Sovereign of Sky's eyes gradually became icy cold. "The weak should know their place. Or perhaps you think this monkey can really keep you alive in the Sky race?" The monkey flipped his palm, and his golden rod started trembling. Meanwhile, Yang Yi shook his head and glanced at Sky City. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Sky race! I'll be back!" His voice reverberated like a thunderclap through the city. Yang Yi turned around and vanished with the monkey. The Sovereign of Sky stared in the direction Yang Yi and the monkey had vanished towards, and there was ghastly cold killing intent in his eyes. Suddenly a voice came from behind the Sovereign of Sky. "Are you happy now, Father?" The Sovereign of Sky closed his eyes slightly. "I did it for you. He's entangled with too much trouble. If you get too close to him, you'll suffer in the future." The woman replied, "But you didn't have to do that." The Sovereign of Sky suddenly asked, "Do you really not know who has that pagoda?" The woman fell silent for a moment and replied, "I told you that it had vanished when I woke up." "Why?" The Sovereign of Sky shook his head slightly. "It's nothing. Just go rest." The woman didn't say anything and just left. Once she left, a black shadow appeared behind the Sovereign of Sky. The Sovereign of Sky spoke indifferently. "Follow them. Kill him if you find an opportunity. If there are no opportunities, then create one. Many should be out to kill him." The black shadow trembled and vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for the monkey to bring Yang Yi out of the Sky Dimension and into the Shaman Dimension. Yang Yi cupped his fist. "Thank you for everything, brother monkey." The monkey shook his head slightly. "You helped me in the past too." He glanced at the surroundings and said, "It's safe now. It's time for us to say goodbye." Yang Yi nodded slightly. He was about to speak when the monkey said, "I'd intended to bring you to the demon dimension. You would be safe in the short term if you stayed in my territory, but you'll be in a lot of trouble later on." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The monkey replied, "There's quite a bit of enmity between me and the Buddhist path. They won't let me go. So if you're with me, they'll definitely target you, and your current strength isn't sufficient to deal with that." "The Buddhist path?" Yang Yi frowned. "What kind of organization is that?" The monkey replied, "An extremely powerful one. In short, you'll come into contact with the people and powers of that level very soon. Be careful. Let's meet again if fate allows it." The monkey vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Only Yang Yi remained here. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Once he determined that no one was around, he waved his right hand and transported Yin Ho out of the primordial pagoda. While he trusted her, it was best to be careful when it came to the primordial pagoda. It wasn't just related to him, it was related to Su Qinshi and the others who resided in it. At this moment, Yin Ho was still unconscious. Yang Yi placed his right hand on her forehead, and his primordial violet energy flowed out slowly into her forehead. Around 15 minutes passed before her eyes opened slowly. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi asked, "Senior, are you alright?" She glanced at the surroundings and gazed at Yang Yi. "You saved me?" Yang Yi nodded. Yin Ho frowned. "Impossible," Yang Yi replied. I had the help of a friend. But he has left. Yin Ho glanced at Yang Yi. You have a lot of secrets. Yang Yi smiled. Everyone has their own secrets, right? She nodded and replied, Your current situation is very worrying. Every race wants your sword. She pondered deeply for a few moments and said, Come with me to the shaman race for now. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Will it get you into trouble? She seemed displeased. What are you talking about? You're his disciple, so that means you're my disciple. The experts of the other races dare not openly come to the shaman dimension to kill. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. He needed a place to stay and try to improve his strength. The 6th stage of the true realm was truly insufficient right now. He had to improve his cultivation and strength. That was his only thought. Yin Ho led Yang Yi to Yin Gorge again. However, she didn't stay and headed to the capital of the shaman dimension. In the room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi chuckled as he gazed at Ho Qing. Senior, what's your relationship with Yin Ho? Ho Qing shook his head slightly. Instead of worrying about that, why don't you worry about your current situation? That sword of yours is a calamity. You have to think of a way to deal with it, or you'll be chased down and killed by the various races of this world. Chased down and killed by the various races? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He knew about that issue too. Based on the current situation, he was in a terrible situation. But what could he do? Hand it over? The problem was that the sovereign of man wouldn't spare him even if he did that. Especially the shaman hunter clan, the sovereign of man, and the sky race. Now, he had another enemy, the sky race. He had enemies throughout the world. At this moment, he felt like the entire world was his enemy. Ho Qing fell silent too. Hand over the sword to survive? Yang Yi was a sword cultivator. If he did that, it would destroy his heart towards the sword. If he refused to hand it over, those experts would never stop hunting him. A long time passed before Ho Qing shook his head. Kid, what did you do in your past life? You were pursued throughout the lower universe, and you're still being pursued in the upper universe. You definitely did something horrible in your past life, and that's why your life is so terrible now. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. After that, Yang Yi stopped chatting with Ho Qing and started cultivating. The important matter at hand was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Everything else wasn't important. Only his strength would keep him alive. Time trickled by. One day later, early in the morning, Yang Yi suddenly returned to the outside world and looked towards the door. The door opened, and Yin Ho walked in. Yang Yi asked, What's wrong? She shook her head. Come with me. Leave the shaman dimension immediately. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1947, Farewells. Dead Dimension. Leave the shaman dimension. Yang Yi frowned. Why? Yin Ho shook her head slightly. You know why. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. The shaman race wants the sword too. She nodded. The shaman race has 12 shaman kings. Besides that, there are the various elders, commanders, and so on and so forth. They've unanimously agreed that your sword can't fall into the hands of the human race. In short, they want to take it from you. Take it. Even the shaman race wanted to take it. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Yin Ho said, Actually, I understand why they are thinking and acting in that way. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she said, If you're a member of the shaman race, then perhaps they wouldn't act like this. But you're human. In the past, that sword was in the Sovereign of Sky's possession, and the Sovereign of Sky guarded the Central Plains. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, no one dared to target that sword. But you're different. You're very weak, and it's a huge opportunity for my shaman race. However, she shook her head slightly. Hurry up and leave! Get as far away as you can. Yang Yi smiled. I didn't expect so many to desire this sword. It isn't just many, it's a tremendous amount. Yin-Ho spoke solemnly. It possesses the ability to break through barriers, so it's a potential threat to all the races. Moreover, possessing it is like possessing the initiative. Yet now, it's in your hands, and you don't have strength that can instill fear in the various races. You possess something that doesn't conform to your current strength, and that's a good thing but also a bad thing. She glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. While your current situation is terrible, it's a form of tempering as well. Come! It'll send you off! Yin-Ho seemed to have thought of something at this point, and she was stunned on the spot. Send Yang Yi off. But send him where? The shaman race wasn't the only race that wanted the sword, the other races wanted to take it from Yang Yi too. So, where could she send him? Yang Yi shrugged. Why do I feel like there's no place for me in the large universe? A long time passed before Yin-Ho spoke in a low voice. Do you dare to go to the dead dimension? The dead dimension? Yang Yi was puzzled. What kind of place is that? Yin-Ho spoke solemnly. An absolutely dangerous place. Absolutely dangerous? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What kind of danger? Yin-Ho spoke solemnly. The dead dimension is on a dead planet, and it has no spirit energy. Not only is that planet devoid of spirit energy, it's filled with poison mist and all sorts of other natural threats. As for the people who live there, they aren't ordinary at all. Yang Yi asked. Why? Yin-Ho asked. Would ordinary people go to such a place? Yang Yi shook his head. There was no spirit energy there. As far as cultivators were concerned, a place without spirit energy was like a place without air to commoners. It was very difficult to survive in a place like that. Yin-Ho said. The people there are mostly those who aren't able to survive in the normal world. You may look down on them at this point, but you absolutely shouldn't. For example, if you go to the dead dimension and someone underestimates you, that person will have to pay a terrible price. Yang Yi said. Senior, what did you mean when you said they weren't able to live in the normal world? Yin-Ho explained. They offended a powerful organization. Just like you've offended the various races. So, you're unable to live in the normal world and are forced to go to the dead dimension. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yang Yi continued. Being forced to the dead dimension proves that they weren't existences that were easy to deal with in the normal world. There aren't just humans there, the members of the shaman race, sky race. In short, all the races live there. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. How do they live without spirit energy? Yin-Ho replied. That's the most terrifying part about that place. Yang Yi asked. What do you mean? Yin-Ho explained. The laws of survival are more than 10 times more brutal there. There's no spirit energy there, but that doesn't represent that it's impossible to grow stronger. Some temper their bodies through various methods, allowing their bodies to arrive at inconceivable levels. Some cultivate with all sorts of different stones with energy. The cultivation environment there is extremely adverse, but those who are able to overcome it possess absolutely terrifying strength. She shook her head slightly and continued. The quality of the experts there is much, much higher than the outside world. Your current strength is sufficient to surmount your realm of cultivation and challenge 4th stage enlightened realm experts in the outside world, but I'm afraid that won't be possible in the dead dimension. Experts are hidden throughout that place. Yang Yi asked. Do the people from the outside world dare not go in there? Yin-Ho nodded. Unless they have no other choice, no one is willing to go to that place. Because the living environment there is truly too adverse. Coupled with the fact that only vicious people reside there, even experts at my level may not be able to survive there. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. Kid, the reason I'm suggesting that you go there isn't merely because you can temporarily hide from the various races. There's one other reason, and it's that I hope you'll temper yourself there. Trust me, if you're able to stay there for a few years, your strength will definitely undergo a transformation. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Aren't you worried that I would be killed? Yin-Ho patted Yang Yi lightly on the shoulder. You must lay low for some time. Otherwise, even if you don't get chased down and killed, you'll die of exhaustion. You need time to grow, and the dead dimension is an opportunity for you. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, All right, I'll go. She nodded slightly. I'll wait for your return. Yang Yi smiled and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, In-ho said, Come, I'll send you there. Yang Yi was about to nod when he suddenly frowned. A short while passed before he gazed at In-ho. Can you give me a little time? In-ho nodded slightly. Don't take too long. It won't take long for those old fellows to find out that you're here. Her figure trembled and vanished from the room. Once she left, Yang Yi went into the primordial pagoda. Yang Lianshuang and the others had completed their closed-door cultivation. Yang Lianshuang said, We're leaving. Leaving? Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She grinned. While this cultivation room of yours is great, we can't just keep cultivating in here, right? All of us plan to travel the large universe. Travel the large universe? Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded slightly. True. You'll go crazy if you stay here forever. He gazed at Nether Maiden. Have all of you thought about where you'll go? Nether Maiden spoke solemnly. We plan to look for Hall Master Xiao Xiao. Yang Yi was astounded. You're still going to look for her? Nether Maiden smiled. She asked us to go to her after we get to the large universe. Yang Yi asked, Where is she? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Nether Maiden replied. The human dimension. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Be careful. Nether Maiden nodded slightly. We plan to bring our eldest sister with us. Sky Maiden? Yang Yi asked. What's going on with her? Nether Maiden shook her head. We're not very sure either. So, we plan to bring her the Hall Master. She'll definitely know what's wrong. Yang Yi said. Just be careful. You should be more worried about yourself. Nether Maiden continued. You're in a much worse situation than we are. Yang Yi smiled. It's fine. You know how tenacious I am. Nether Maiden nodded slightly. Take care. She and the others left once she finished speaking. Take care. Yang Lianshuang left once she finished speaking. Only Su Qingshi and the others remained. Suddenly, and Nanjing, who'd been silent until now, said, I plan to head to the Immortal Martial Sect. Yang Yi gazed at her. The Immortal Martial Sect? And Nanjing nodded slightly. It's one of the 10 paradises in the human dimension, and it's where the Wu clan's ancestor is. Yang Yi thought for a long time. While he didn't want her to leave, he still nodded in the end. And Nanjing possessed extraordinary natural talent, so staying with him would be a waste of her talent. She should pursue her own cultivation and not stay by his side. And Nanjing spoke softly. Be careful in the dead dimension. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry, I rarely allow myself to suffer. And Nanjing nodded slightly, and then she vanished from the room. Yang Yi took a deep breath. All good things must come to an end. Su Qingshi walked over to him and spoke softly. You'll meet again. Yang Yi smiled. What about all of you? All of you aren't going anywhere, right? Su Qingshi didn't say anything. She just held his hand gently, and there was no need to say anything. After accompanying them for a while, Yang Yi left his room. In-ho was waiting outside. In-ho asked, Who were those people? My friends. Yang Yi continued. They should be able to leave the shaman dimension safely, right? In-ho nodded slightly. I've made the necessary arrangements. They'll be able to leave safely if they don't cause any trouble. Yang Yi nodded. Let's go. In-ho didn't say anything, and she just waved her right hand and vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. Around 15 minutes later, In-ho suddenly stopped high above in the clouds. Yang Yi gazed at her. What is it? Her face was gloomy. They're here. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1948. Wait until I return. They're here. Yang Yi was about to say something when the space around them suddenly trembled, and then 3 old men and a middle-aged man appeared there. The experts of the shaman race. Yan Ye's face fell. Yin Hao's gaze descended upon the old man who stood not too far away from her. Yu Gao, what's the meaning of this? The old man, Yu Gao, gazed at Yang Yi. Yin Ho, you should be aware of how disadvantageous it would be to us if that sword falls into the hands of the sovereign of man. Yin Ho chuckled. Yu Gao, then let me be frank. I owe him a debt, and it's he who brought me back to the shaman dimension. So, I won't let anything happen to him in the shaman dimension. Understand? Yu Gao spoke in a low voice. Yin Ho, you intend to disregard the shaman race's safety for a human? The shaman race's safety? Yin Ho laughed with ridicule. Are you joking? A sword is related to the safety of our shaman race. If that's true, our shaman race is absolutely weak. She glanced coldly at them and continued. I'll be frank. If you intend to take it by force, then I'll fight with all of you to the death. Yu Gao and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly spoke solemnly. Yin Ho, you actually intend to go against us for a human? Yin Ho gazed at the old man. I brought him to the shaman dimension, so I'm responsible for his safety. I'm definitely unable to stop your joint forces today, but trust me. In the days that come, the only thing that I, Yin Ho, will do is take revenge on all of you. No matter the cost. You've really gone mad. Yu Gao spoke in a low voice. Yin Ho, if that sword falls into our shaman race's possession, it won't just greatly weaken the sovereign of man, it'll allow our shaman race to hold the initiative. That's extremely beneficial to our race. Yet you are actually planning to act willfully. You. Suddenly, a middle-aged man said, Let's capture him first. He was about to attack once he finished speaking. Stop! However, a voice suddenly came from afar. Everyone looked over, and they saw a young man there. Yang Yi recognized him. It was Li Jiang. Yu Gao and the others frowned when they saw Li Jiang. A prince was nothing to them. Li Jiang glanced at them, clenched his fists, and said, Seniors, my father has ordered to let him leave. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a golden command token appeared there. The Shaman Emperor token. Yu Gao and the others' frowns deepened. One of the old men suddenly asked, Why has the Shaman Emperor changed his orders? Li Jiang shook his head slightly. I don't know. But my father said he knows what he's doing. Moreover, he wants all of you to go see him immediately. There's something important that he wants to discuss with all of you. Right, Lady Yin Ho, you have to go too. Something important to discuss. Yu Gao and the others exchanged glances, and they were quite puzzled. Yin Ho flicked a ray of white light into Yang Ye's forehead. That's the path to the dead dimension. Go there yourself. Be careful. Go right now. Yang Yi cupped his fist to her. Farewell. He was about to leave when Li Jiang suddenly said, Brother Yang, take care. Yang Yi glanced at Li Jiang, and then he nodded slightly. Thanks. Yang Yi twisted his right foot against the ground, and then a ray of light flashed before he vanished into the sky. Shaman Emperor Palace. A middle-aged man in a golden robe sat on the throne. He was the shaman race's shaman emperor. Yu Gao, Yin Ho, and the others were down below. At this moment, Li Jiang was there too, but he was kneeling. Yu Gao and the others had quite gloomy expressions on their faces. The shaman emperor stood up, walked slowly towards Li Jiang, and said, I gave you my command token to tell Yin Ho that she should prioritize our entire race's interests, and that she must get that sword. But what did you do? Li Jiang remained on his knees and stayed silent. The shaman emperor asked, Am I wrong? Li Jiang shook his head. The shaman emperor shouted, Reason! Li Jiang looked into the shaman emperor's eyes. Father, if it wasn't for Yang Yi, I would have brought shame to our shaman race in the sky dimension. At that time, taking my own life would be the only way to atone for my sins. It can be said that Yang Yi saved my life. You always say that we should repay the debts we owe, right? Nonsense. Suddenly Yu Gao roared with fury. That depends on the circumstances. Your own debt is nothing compared to the safety of the entire shaman race. Li Jiang gazed at Yu Gao. Lord Yu Gao, has Yang Yi become a threat to our shaman race? Yu Gao was speechless. Meanwhile, the other old man suddenly said, while he has no ill intent to our shaman race, he's still a human. Li Jiang said, he has the bloodline of the shaman race, and has cultivated our techniques too. The old man frowned. Meanwhile, the shaman emperor berated, watch how you speak. Li Jiang nodded slightly and fell silent. Meanwhile, Yin Ho stepped forward. All of you only see the short-term benefits of everything, but you haven't taken a look at the danger that's lurking here. Allow me to ask you something. What do you think about Yang Yi? Yang Yi! Everyone gazed at Yin Ho. Yin Ho continued. He can kill third-stage Enlightened Realm experts, and even fourth-stage Enlightened Realm experts while still at the sixth stage of the True Realm. How terrifying is his natural talent? Yu Gao spoke indifferently. Are you trying to say that he can pose a threat to our shaman race? Of course not right now. Yin Ho continued. However, what about in the future? If he doesn't die young, he'll definitely become an extraordinary expert. I think that sword poses a greater threat. Yu Gao gazed at the shaman emperor. If we use our shaman race's divine beast, we'll definitely be able to stop him. We still have a chance. The shaman emperor remained silent. Meanwhile, Yin Hao's face turned gloomy. Suddenly, a voice resounded through the hall. He shoulders great karma. My shaman race will not become friends with him, but don't become enemies with him either. Everyone in the hall shuddered when they heard the voice, and then all of them bowed and nodded. Understood. In a small village far away in the southern Unicorn Prefecture. The village was old, run down, and extremely inconspicuous. On this day, a middle-aged man with a spear on his back suddenly arrived in the village. The middle-aged man went to a rundown house, and an old man walked out from within. The middle-aged man asked, Where's Master? Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The old man shook his head slightly. I don't know. The middle-aged man frowned. The old man said, All I do know is that she left with a human youth. As for the reason, I didn't dare to ask. A human? The middle-aged man's frown deepened. The middle-aged man asked, How much of her memories have returned? The old man shook his head slightly. Less than 20%. Perhaps a little more by now. The middle-aged man asked, Who's the human? The old man fell silent for a long time before he replied. He has Emperor Zeranuan's sword. Fear flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Didn't the sovereign of man have that sword? The old man shook his head slightly. I don't know. However, its sword spirit shows signs of awakening. The old man took a deep breath at this point and looked up into the sky. All those years ago, Lord Shirtian sacrificed himself to heavily injure that sword and force the other races to retreat. Yet now, its sword spirit is showing signs of awakening. Undisguised worry appeared in both their eyes at this point. Suddenly, a woman in a white dress walked over slowly from afar. She seemed quite weak and delicate. The middle-aged man and old man gazed at her, and then the middle-aged man's brows gradually formed a frown. Who are you? The woman waved her hand slightly. In an instant, an expanse of stars appeared below their feet. Stars! At this moment, it was like they were in the starry sky. The area beneath their feet seemed like a huge chessboard of stars, and the stars were the pieces. The middle-aged man's voice trembled as he said, The heavens become the board, and the stars are the pieces. The world is changed into a world of stars. You're the strategist. The woman closed her eyes. The cycle of reincarnation is endless. This is the final time. The human race, shaman race, devil race, demon race, sky race. It's time to repay this debt of blood. Yang Yi shot through the clouds on his sword. The dead dimension. His destination was the dead dimension. Suddenly, Ho Qing's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Kid, don't hate the shaman race. Hate the shaman race? Yang Yi shook his head. Senior, you must be joking. Even if I do hate them, I can't do anything to them. Ho Qing said. Actually, if I was in their place, I would do the same. That sword can fall into the hands of any race, but absolutely not the human race. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. This sword is a huge pain. But it's a huge opportunity too. Ho Qing continued. Kid, it's not an ordinary sword. It'll be extremely helpful to you in the future. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I hope so. Even though it had helped him a lot, the trouble it brought him was numerous too. Had just arrived in the large universe, but he was already being pursued by numerous races. Even he really admired its ability to attract trouble to him. After traveling on his sword for around a day, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. There was a pitch-black hole in space not too far ahead. The dead dimension was on the other side. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, The human race, sky race, devil race, and spirit race. Just you wait. He'll be back to get even with you once I'm back. Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that entered the black hole. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1949 Eating People. As soon as he entered the black hole, Yang Yi felt a wave of terrifying suction force. It made his entire body tense up, and it felt like a million horses were pulling on him. Yang Yi hurriedly circulated his profound energy, and he gradually felt better as the primordial violet energy healed him. A long time later, Yang Yi felt his body gradually calm down, and the dizziness he felt alleviated tremendously. Another fat sheep is here! Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's ears. Yang Yi shook his head forcefully and opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he couldn't help but frown. A dark sky, a terrible smell, and practically non-existent spirit energy. The dead dimension. Yang Yi knew that he was in the dead dimension. It was terrible here. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. This damnable place had absolutely scarce spirit energy, and it could be said to be utterly unsuitable for cultivation. Newcomer! Suddenly, a voice pulled Yang Yi back to reality. Yang Yi turned towards its source, and he saw a group standing not too far to his right. There were both men and women amongst them, and they were around the age of 30. They were led by a man with a broken arm, and he was chewing on a blade of unknown grass while carrying a playful smile on his face. The young man had been the one who'd spoken earlier. The young man's cultivation wasn't high, and it was merely at the second stage of the true realm. Yang Yi sized up their group and asked, Do you need something? The corners of the young man's mouth curled up slightly. He spat out the grass and said, That's a good question. Since you've asked, then I'll be frank. We need immortal crystals, and would like to borrow some from you. You just came from the outside world, so you should have quite a few of them, right? Robbery! Yang Yi nodded. You plan to rob me? What are you talking about, brother? The young man spoke with displeasure. Am I, Tan Kun, a person like that? We just want to borrow some, and we'll return them once we have enough. Right, we should return it. Yang Yi flipped his hand, and a bunch of immortal crystals appeared in his grasp. There were 10 of them there. Tan Kun and the others' eyes lit up when they witnessed this, and there was undisguised greed and desire in their eyes. There was no spirit energy here, so immortal crystals were exceptionally precious. It could be said that even their eyes weren't as important as these crystals. Yang Yi waved the immortal crystals and said, Come get it yourself? Tan Kun's eyes narrowed slightly. The greed in his eyes vanished slightly while seriousness appeared to replace it. How many who dared to come here were ordinary? Even then, he still didn't want to give up on robbing Yang Yi. Tan Kun stomped his foot against the ground. The entire ground shook violently from it, and his figure relied on the counterforce to shoot towards Yang Yi. When he arrived around 10 m away from Yang Yi, he slammed his fist forward. The air was instantly torn apart, and space even shook violently as if it was about to shatter. Yang Yi stood on the spot with indifference on his face. He suddenly clenched his right fist when Tan Kun's fist arrived in front of him, and then he slammed it forward. A head-on collision! Boom! As soon as they collided, a powerful wave of force instantly swept out from the point of collision, and both of them were blasted backwards. But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop, and Tan Kun was still moving backwards. After moving an entire kilometer back, Tan Kun stopped. He glanced at his fist. At this moment, it had warped, and it was especially so for his arm. It had warped completely. Tan Kun looked up at Yang Yi. I didn't expect you to be a body cultivator. Yang Yi waved the immortal crystals in his grasp. Do you still want them? Tan Kun grinned. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a saber appeared in his grasp. After that, he appeared before Yang Yi and slashed. Everywhere it passed, space was sliced open. Yang Yi didn't use his sword and just slammed another punch forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted 300 m away while a deep and blood-red mark appeared on his fist. Tan Kun's saber could pierce his defenses. Just as Inho had said, the quality of the experts here was much greater than the outside world. Meanwhile, numerous afterimages appeared in front of Yang Yi, and a saber appeared above his head. The tip of the sword flickered with a ghastly cold glow. Yang Yi twisted his right hand slightly. In an instant, an ethereal dragon claw appeared around his right hand, and then he stretched it forward and grabbed the saber. Tan Kun's expression changed when Yang Yi grabbed his saber. Meanwhile, a wave of force struck his hand, and then Yang Yi had pulled away his saber. After that, Yang Yi swung it at him. Bang! A figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away. It was Tan Kun. After he formed the dragon claw around his hand and used the sky dragon's strength, Yang Yi's strength had instantly multiplied many times. It was the strength he gained from draconification. A wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Tan Kun's mouth, and there was a deep injury on his chest. It was extremely deep to the point it seemed like his chest had been sliced open. Tan Kun wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked up at Yang Yi. Amazing! Yang Yi ignored Tan Kun and glanced at the surroundings. He was on a huge circular platform, and a pitch black hole was high above in the sky behind him. However, it was surrounded by a mysterious formation, so its suction force didn't leak out into this world. Yang Yi restrained his gaze and looked at Tan Kun. After that, he flicked 3 immortal crystals to Tan Kun. Tan Kun was slightly stunned and gazed at Yang Yi with a puzzled expression. Yang Yi said, I want information about the dead dimension. Tan Kun shook his head slightly. I don't know much. Yang Yi asked. You just arrived here too? Visit Rietel. Me for extra chapters. Tan Kun shook his head. I've been here for more than 10 years. The reason I don't know much is because we can't just travel around in this damnable place. Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? Tan Kun explained. There are 3 organizations in an area of 50,000 kilometers around us. It's the Dire Wolves, Devil Cave, and Sky Residence City. I don't know about the world beyond that. Yang Yi asked. Didn't you go have a look? Tan Kun laughed bitterly. Endless mountains fill the surroundings, and there are extremely dangerous things lurking in the mountains. Extremely dangerous things? Yang Yi asked. What things? Tan Kun shook his head. I don't know. In any case, even Dao realm experts dare not rashly step foot into the mountain range. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, Which side do all of you belong to? Tan Kun had quite an embarrassed expression on his face when he heard Yang Yi's question. A short while passed before Tan Kun said, We don't belong to any one of them. Fine, they don't want us, all right? They don't want you. Yang Yi glanced at Tan Kun's group. The weakest amongst them was at the enlightened realm, yet those organizations actually didn't want them. Tan Kun laughed bitterly. All of them possess a spirit vein, so they only recruit extremely strong people or those with great potential. After all, the spirit energy they have is limited, so they can't waste it on ordinary people. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. It shouldn't be a problem for you to join them. I suggest you go to Sky Residence City. Because their leader is human. Yang Yi glanced at Tan Kun and the others. Why don't all of you leave? Leave? Tan Kun laughed bitterly. It's easy to come in here, it's not that easy to leave. As he spoke, he pointed at the huge black hole behind Yang Yi. See the formation around it? That formation traps the black hole, but it traps our hope from entering it too. It was jointly set up by some extraordinary experts to prevent this world from being devoured by that black hole. They were afraid others would damage the formation on purpose, so they specially strengthened it. Moreover, anyone who gets within 300 m of it will cause the formation to activate and attack them. Yang Yi asked. Is it very strong? Tan Kun nodded. Extremely strong. A no-Dao realm expert once tried to get through it, and he was instantly killed. Instantly. Yang Yi frowned. A no-Dao realm expert. In-house at the no-Dao realm. How terrifying was it to be able to instantly kill someone like In-ho? Yang Yi gazed at the formation. It was a formation, so the holy sword should be able to cut through it. However, the problem was resisting the formation's attacks. Otherwise, even if he could cut through it, he would be killed by it. He had to improve his strength if he wanted to leave. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Tan Kun. How do I get to Sky Residence City? Tan Kun pointed to the right. Just travel in that direction. You'll see the city soon. Yang Yi nodded slightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream resounded from their right. Tan Kun and the others' expressions changed drastically when they heard this. It's the devil men! Run! As soon as he finished speaking, all of them shot towards the distance. Devil men? Yang Yi looked up, and he saw around 10 tall and huge figures in the distance. They were a little different from ordinary humans. Their bodies were much bigger and taller, and their skin was quite dark. Most importantly, they were holding a human head. After that, they shot towards Yang Yi's direction while chewing on the corpse in their hands. They were eating people. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1950, The Enlightened Realm. Eating people. Even though Yang Yi had killed countless, had never eaten anyone. So, while he wasn't terrified by this, he was shocked by it. The devil men were shooting towards him. Yang Yi noticed that the ground shook with every step they took, and it was obvious how terrifying their strength was. There weren't many devil men. There were just around 10 of them, but Yang Yi knew that he had to run. The weakest amongst them was at the Enlightened Realm, while 2 of them were at the 3rd stage of the Enlightened Realm. He may give it a try if it was a one-on-one battle, but would they fight him in single combat? Run! He immediately fled. Yang Yi turned around and vanished into the distance. The devil men were stunned, and then they vanished on the spot and shot after Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw them pursue him. Why are they chasing after me? Yang Yi sped up, but they still refused to let him go. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi was still running, and the devil men were still chasing him without showing any signs of giving up. Yang Yi was furious. Yang Yi was overjoyed when he arrived before a forest. So long as he entered it, he could use the sword domain to conceal himself. However, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and an arrow suddenly struck his chest. Bang! It forced him to a stop. The devil men behind him had stopped as well. However, they didn't attack, and they just gazed at the forest with vigilance in their eyes. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. There was a pitch-black arrow stuck in his chest. Yang Yi grabbed the end of it with his right hand, and then pulled it out. After that, he looked up towards the forest in the distance before tossing the arrow forward. Hiss! It tore through the air. However, nothing happened after it entered the forest. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then another arrow suddenly descended to his foot. It had just appeared out of thin air. Even he had merely sensed a little fluctuation and only really noticed after it struck him. "Step back or die!" A voice suddenly came from within the forest. "Step back?" Yang Yi glanced at the devil men behind him. Step back in their direction? Those fellows clearly don't intend to give up. He couldn't go forward or backwards. Suddenly, one of the devil men stepped forward and walked over to Yang Yi. He was holding a bloody head, but it was completely unrecognizable now. Yang Yi glanced at the devil man. He was at the second stage of the enlightened realm. The devil man walked towards Yang Yi with a ferocious smile on his face, and it seemed like head laid eyes on a delicacy. Yang Yi asked, "You want to fight me in single combat?" The devil man didn't say anything. He just stomped his right foot down and slammed his body at Yang Yi like a mountain. Yang Yi's gaze gradually turned icy cold. He slowly unfurled his right fist, and then an ethereal dragon claw appeared around his hand. After that, he slapped it forward. Bang! The devil man was instantly blasted away, and he slammed against the ground. His entire body had cracked apart, and he looked like a porcelain vase that had been struck by a hammer. While his body hadn't shattered, it was covered in cracks. All the other devil men were stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at them and roared with fury. "Who else wants to try?" He couldn't fight them if they ganged up on him, but who did he ever fear if it was a one-on-one battle? One of the devil men walked out from the group, and Yang Yi's gaze instantly descended onto that devil man. He raised his hand and pointed the dragon claw at the devil man. "It'll slap you to death in an instant." He was about to attack while he spoke, but that devil man suddenly waved his right hand. In an instant, the others behind him charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's face stiffened at the sight of this. An instant later, he turned around and ran towards the forest. Swish! Suddenly, an arrow appeared in front of Yang Yi. This time, it shot straight towards his forehead. If the previous two were warning shots, then this was a lethal shot. Fortunately, Yang Yi was ready this time. The arrow had just arrived a few inches away from his forehead when he grabbed it with his right hand, and then he flung it towards the depths of the forest. This time, had used his full strength. Everywhere it passed, space wasn't the only thing which was torn open. The powerful force within the arrow even obliterated the trees around it. A long pathway appeared before Yang Yi, and at the end of the pathway, Yang Yi saw a man with a bow on his back. Their gazes met, and then the man knocked another arrow. A moment later, it appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi raised his hand and slapped it down. Bang! The arrow was instantly obliterated. However, another arrow had appeared before him, and there were 3 more arrows behind it. It was a string of arrows. Yang Yi still did the same thing and slammed his palm down. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was forced to a stop. But it only took a moment for his figure to shoot forward again. This time, he was less than a kilometer away from the man with the bow. Meanwhile, the man drew his bow again. However, a cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he instantly appeared before the man and slammed his palm down. Meanwhile, a round golden shield appeared in front of the man. Boom! The golden shield shook violently, and then the man behind it was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi was about to attack again, but the man had flicked repeatedly as his figure flew backwards, and then a few dozen arrows formed a storm that instantly rained down upon Yang Yi. Bang! Suddenly, the arrows were obliterated by a wave of energy, and then a figure shot towards the man. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. It was Yang Yi's figure. The man frowned, and then he drew his bow and released it. Swish! A ray of golden light flashed. However, the golden light hadn't even arrived before Yang Yi when he obliterated it with a swing of his palm. Meanwhile, the man with the bow appeared 1 kilometer away, and then another arrow shot towards Yang Yi. If one watched from the side, one would notice that there were 10 more arrows behind the first arrow. It was a string of 11 arrows. Yang Yi clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Boom! 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 The arrows were blasted into bits, but Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly for a distance of over 1 kilometer. Meanwhile, the devil men had chased up to him and obstructed his path. Yang Yi stopped and glanced at the man with the bow. There was a small city around 3 kilometers behind the man, and there were many standing on its walls. At this moment, all of their gazes converged in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi moved his gaze towards a devil man who stood not too far away from him. That devil was much larger than the others. Obviously, he was their leader. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist and said, "Do you plan to fight me in single combat? Or one-on-one battles?" The devil man who led the group shook his head. "We won't fight in single combat, we're going to gang up on you." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot towards Yang Yi, and the others behind him attacked as well. They were ganging up on him. Yang Yi's face was extremely unsightly, but it didn't take long for ferocity to cover his face. Yang Yi placed his right hand on his chest and pulled. Hiss! His clothes were torn apart, and then faint golden light appeared on him. The gold form. It was one of his trump cards. He hadn't expected that while he hadn't been forced to use it in the world outside, had been forced to use it right after he got here. But it couldn't be helped. If he didn't use it now, it would be buried with him. Once he activated it, Yang Yi took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt like boundless strength filled him. Strength. In next to no time, he slammed his right hand forward. Bang! A first-stage enlightened realm expert at the front of the group was instantly slapped over 10 kilometers away, but the other devil men in the surroundings had arrived around him. Boom! 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 Palm and fists descended incessantly towards Yang Yi from various different angles, and they pushed him backwards repeatedly. But during this process, Yang Yi ceaselessly swung his fists. Especially his right first. Every single swing of it would kill or injure its target. As for the attacks from the devil men, while his body was enduring them, blood had started to seep out from both corners of his mouth. He was being surrounded and attacked by around 10 enlightened realm experts. But Yang Yi was only at the 6th stage of the true realm. Just like that, Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly. In just around 10 minutes, had been pushed over 30 kilometers back. Besides that, many parts of his body had been severely warped. The man with the bow and the others on the city walls watched coldly from afar. Around 15 minutes later, boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the battlefield, and all the devil men around Yang Yi were pushed back. Ha ha! Suddenly, Yang Yi's roaring laughter resounded amidst the devil men. "I'm at the enlightened realm! I'm finally at the fucking enlightened realm!" Everyone else was stunned speechless when they heard this. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1951. I am here to cause trouble. Yang Yi's roaring and mad laughter resounded. Needless to say, Yang Yi was in a very sorry state right now. There were countless injuries throughout his body. Especially his chest and back, there were quite a few parts of them which didn't look normal anymore. It was terrible. Extremely terrible. If he was an ordinary person, then such heavy injuries would have killed him a long time ago. While he wasn't dead, it didn't feel good at all. The gold form merely strengthened his body by a large degree, so it provided him the ability to fight many on his own for a short time. But it wasn't invincible. It could be said that he had been in a terrible situation just now. But at this moment, he was at the 1st stage of the enlightened realm. He hadn't advanced by chance. It was because he had been at the peak of the true realm, and he was just half a step away from the enlightened realm. The battle to the death had just fought had allowed him to break through the final barrier and attain the enlightened realm. The enlightened realm. The devil men around Yang Yi exchanged glances. Is the enlightened realm very great? We're all at the enlightened realm. Meanwhile, one of them leaped up and rammed his body at Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt like everything was different. He didn't think carefully about what had changed because the devil man had arrived before him. Yan Yi opened his eyes, gazed at the devil man before him, and slapped his palm forward. Everyone watched with astonishment as the devil man was slapped over 30 kilometers away. All the other devil men here were stunned. Yan Yi glanced at his own palm. At this moment, his strength had multiplied in all aspects. His spirit, soul, and body had undergone a huge improvement. It could be said that he was a completely different person now. That half-step he completed was a qualitative transformation. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts, glanced at the devil men around him, and then a ferocious smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. After that, he vanished on the spot. Speed! At this moment, his speed had at least tripled. Even though it was just 3 times, it was still an extremely terrifying amount. It could be said that he could suppress experts below the 4th stage of the enlightened realm by relying solely on his speed. Bang! At the same instant that Yan Yi's figure vanished, one of the devil men was blasted flying before he could even react. However, he survived the attack. The devil men had extremely strong physical bodies as well, so unless he used his sword, it was very difficult for him to kill them with a single attack. If 1 punch wasn't enough, then maybe 2 or even 3 would do the trick. Just like that, the situation was turned around in an instant. The people on the city walls watched with astonishment as Yan Yi actually fought all of them on his own. The reason he wasn't using his sword was that had come to the dead dimension with the goal of tempering himself, and not to kill. The sword was used to kill. Moreover, had come to like the feeling of striking with his fists. Every single punch allowed him to feel the trembling of every single muscle in his body, and it was a truly wonderful feeling. Yan Yi grew more and more excited and engrossed as the battle continued. As for the devil men, it was beyond horrible for them. At this moment Yan Yi was like a completely different person. Had given up on trying to defend himself, so all their attacks struck his body. But at the same time, Yan Yi's fists would strike them too. But there was a problem. Yan Yi was able to endure all their attacks, but they were either killed or injured by Yan Yi's punches. Presently, there were 5 devil men on the ground. While they were still alive, they were heavily injured and had lost the ability to move. Finally, one of the devil men wasn't able to take it any longer. Run! A few of them fled in an instant. Yan Yi was stunned, and then his figure shot after one of them while he roared angrily. Why are you running? I still want to fight. He suddenly slammed his fist forward. That devil man's expression changed. He didn't dare to go head-on against Yan Yi's punch. But Yan Yi's punch was really too swift, and coupled with the fact that no one was there to keep Yan Yi busy, he wasn't able to dodge it at all. Bang! Everyone wasn't even able to see the attack clearly before the devil man was blasted away. Once he blasted that devil man away, Yan Yi didn't stop and went over to another devil man, and then he kicked that devil man's head. Boom! That devil man's head exploded apart. Brain matter sprayed into the air. However, the others had escaped. Yan Yi closed his eyes and greedily sucked in a breath of air. The enlightened realm. He hadn't expected himself to actually advance to the enlightened realm. Sure enough, combat was much more useful than meditating and cultivating behind closed doors. The advancement in his cultivation didn't just improve his physical body, even his soul, speed, strength, and one more important thing was improved along with his cultivation. The sword domain. The improvement in his sword domain was the most important. Based on his previous strength, his sword domain could only suppress experts below the 5th stage of the enlightened realm, and the sword domain couldn't suppress those above it. Yet now, his sword domain could at least suppress here Dao realm experts. Moreover, as the sword domain grew, the split-second and heaven-rend he executed while enveloped within the sword domain would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. Especially the invincible sword domain. In short, had undergone an advancement in all aspects. Besides that, this advancement allowed him to merge even more with the Sky Dragon. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts and glanced at his body. At this moment, the primordial violet energy had almost fully restored his body. Yang Yi glanced at the corpses around him, and then he gazed at the small city in the distance. The man with the bow on his back was outside the city. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up into a ferocious smile when he laid eyes on the man. Die! A furious howl resounded as a shadow shot towards the man with the bow. It was Yang Yi. The man's expression changed slightly when he saw Yang Yi attack. However, his reaction speed wasn't slow at all, and 2 arrows immediately shot forward. But those 2 arrows hadn't even been able to get close to Yang Yi before they were slapped into bits. An instant later, Yang Yi arrived before the man and slammed his palm down. Meanwhile, a golden shield appeared to shield the man. Visit Reatal.me for extra chapters. Boom! The golden shield stopped Yang Yi's attack, but the powerful force behind it caused the man and his shield to be blasted away. Yang Yi was about to attack again, but he suddenly looked towards the side. A spear had appeared before him, and it was shooting towards his forehead. Yang Yi raised his hand and swung it at the spear. Bang! The spear was blasted back to a middle-aged man on the city walls. The middle-aged man stared at Yang Yi. Who are you? Yang Yi ignored the middle-aged man and turned to look at the man with the bow. After that, his figure shot forward again. Yang Yi was extremely swift. It only took him an instant to arrive before the man and swing a punch at him. The man's reaction wasn't slow at all. His figure moved far backwards as soon as Yang Yi appeared before him. At the same time, a few dozen arrows shot towards Yang Yi. However, all of them were slapped into bits upon coming close to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to attack again, but the middle-aged man on the city walls suddenly appeared in front of him. After that, a spear shot towards his forehead. Yang Yi's expression remained calm. He twisted his right foot against the ground and tilted his body to the right, dodging the lethal attack. At the same time, he tapped his right foot against the ground and pressed forward before slamming his fist at the middle-aged man. Bang! The middle-aged man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Always press the advantage. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot forward like a bullet. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he slammed his spear forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the middle-aged man was blasted away with his spear. At the instant that his figure flew backwards, Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind him and slammed a punch at his head. Based on Yang Yi's current strength, if this punch hit its target, then the middle-aged man's head would definitely explode. However, 2 golden arrows suddenly tore through the air and stabbed against his fist. While they weren't able to pierce through his fist, they caused his fist to be pushed off target. The middle-aged man seized the opportunity to turn around and sweep his spear at Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted around 300 m away. The middle-aged man stared at Yang Yi while vigilance filled his eyes. Who are you? Yang Yi ignored the middle-aged man and gazed at the man with the bow. Did you have fun shooting at me so much? The man with the bow glanced at Yang Yi and said, You entered our territory. So, you deserve to be killed. Entered your territory? Yang Yi laughed ferociously, glanced at the surroundings, and said, I'm doing that right now. Bite me. He was naturally extremely furious. Earlier, if his body hadn't been sufficiently strong, he may have been killed by the man's arrows. Who are you? The middle-aged man behind Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. This is Sky Residence City. I don't care what city it is. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. Now I just want to kill the person who kept shooting arrows at me. They'll kill you too if you interfere. Such arrogance! A mere enlightened realm cultivator dares to cause trouble in my Sky Residence City? Suddenly, a voice resounded from the distant city wall. At the same time, a powerful aura slammed down towards Yang Yi. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp, and then he swung it. Hiss! The city wall was instantly slashed over. Yang Yi pointed his sword at the city and walked slowly in its direction. That's exactly what I plan to do. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1952, One of the Two Emperors. The city wall was sliced open. Everyone on the city wall was shocked. They gazed at Yang Yi while fear filled their eyes. Yang Yi walked towards the city. There was a middle-aged man on the sliced open part of the city wall, and it was the middle-aged man who'd spoken earlier. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi's sword and gazed at Yang Yi. "Who are you?" Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just swung his sword. Wham! A sword howl resounded, and then sword energy tore through the air. It was so swift that most weren't able to catch sight of it. Boom! The spot where the middle-aged man stood was instantly sliced into bits, and the middle-aged man himself was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi pointed his sword at the middle-aged man who had shock covering his face. "Shut up!" He suddenly turned around and gazed at the spear-wielding man who similarly had a fearful expression on his face. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the spear-wielding man. The man was horrified. His profound energy surged madly, and then he grabbed his spear with both hands and swung it. The space around his spear instantly cracked open. Bang! However, the man and his spear were blasted around 10 kilometers away. As soon he stopped himself, a mouthful of blood sprayed from him. Meanwhile, his eyes suddenly opened wide while the hairs throughout his body stood on end. It was because a sword had appeared before his forehead. It was many times faster than the previous attack. Split second. Hiss! The ray of light pierced through the spear-wielding man's forehead. The man's figure stiffened on the spot, and then the color in his eyes started to vanish. A third-stage Enlightened Realm expert had been killed with 2 attacks. This time, the fear in their eyes had been transformed into shock and terror. Yang Yi lowered his sword and gazed at the man with the bow. "It's your turn now!" He was about to attack once he finished speaking, but a voice suddenly resounded. "Are you here to declare war against my sky resident city?" As soon as the voice finished resounding, an old man in a black robe suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. "A Here Dao Realm expert. Sky resident city." Yang Yi frowned slightly. He thought about it for a while before he finally recalled that it was one of the 3 powers in this area. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he noticed a few powerful auras hidden in the surroundings, and all of them were in the Dao realm. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked up at the old man. "Declare war against Sky Resident City? I don't have such intentions for now." He glanced at the corpse of the spear-wielding man and continued. "Earlier, I was merely passing by, yet your people attacked me." "What? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" The old man spoke in a low voice. "We attacked because you brought devil men towards us." "Devil men?" Yang Yi chuckled. "I was being pursued by them and ended up here by chance, yet you shot at me. If I didn't have some ability, I would be a corpse by now. So, I want an explanation." "An explanation?" The old man's face became gloomy. "You killed a member of my city and destroyed the wall of a subordinate city of Sky Resident City. But you still want an explanation from us? Do you think we're nice to bully? Sky Resident City isn't easy to bully?" A thought appeared in Yang Yi's mind, and he suddenly howled. "Then do you think we dire wolves are easy to bully?" "The dire wolves was one of the 3 powers in this area." The old man spoke solemnly. "You're from the dire wolves," Yang Yi said. "Let's ignore all of that. Now, I just want an explanation." The old man looked up at Yang Yi. "What if we refuse? Then I'll get it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of mysterious energy appeared, and then a ray of light flashed. The sword domain combined with split second. At this moment, its might couldn't be compared to the same attack had used in the past. Besides the old man and the other powerful auras hiding in the shadows, the others weren't even able to catch sight of Yang Yi's attack. Because it was too quick. While the old man could see it, he couldn't stop it. The man with the bow's expression changed drastically when Yang Yi attacked, and then a golden shield appeared before him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's attack arrived. Hiss! The sword energy pierced through the golden shield, and then it didn't slow down at all and pierced through the man's body. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. A breath of time later, the golden shield split into two, and so did the man's body. This time, the shield hadn't been able to save him. The old man's face instantly became gloomy. He stared at Yang Yi and said, "You're courting death." He was about to attack once he finished speaking. Wait. However, a voice suddenly came from within the city, and then everyone looked over. A young man was walking over slowly. He looked to be around the age of 27 or 28. He wore an embroidered robe, and he had a calm and composed bearing. The old man's expression changed slightly when he saw the young man, and then he hurriedly went over to the young man. "Young master, what are you doing here?" The young man smiled. "Father asked me to have a look." The old man said, "I'll deal with it." The young man smiled. "It's fine. Leave it to me." The old man nodded slightly and went behind the young man. The young man gazed at Yang Yi. "May I know your name?" Yang Yi sized up the young man and replied, "Yang Yi." The young man smiled. "I'm Qin Chuan." He glanced at the corpses at the side. "I've heard about what happened. Brother Yang, how about we make a bet?" "A bet?" Yang Yi smiled. "What bet?" Qin Chuan replied. "You've killed my people. I don't care what the reason was, all I do know is that you killed my people. So let's compete. If I can't defeat you within 10 moves, then I'll let you leave. But if I defeat you, then you must join Sky Residence City and serve me. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Join Sky Residence City." Yang Yi chuckled. "What if I refuse?" Qin Chuan replied. "If you think you can escape from a few here Dao Realm experts, then you can try it. 10 moves!" Yang Yi sized up Qin Chuan. He couldn't see through Qin Chuan's cultivation, and he felt a little unfathomable to Yang Yi. Qin Chuan wasn't ordinary at all. It was obvious from the old man's attitude towards Qin Chuan. The respect the old man showed him was heartfelt, and it wasn't because Qin Chuan was the old man's young master. Since he was able to make a Here Dao Realm expert act so respectfully to him, he was clearly not an ordinary person. However, when had Yang Yi ever feared anyone? Yang Yi smiled. 10 moves. Come. Let me see how you'll defeat me in 10 moves. Qin Chuan smiled. As you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then tapped his finger in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi didn't use his sword and slammed his fist forward. However, as soon as his fist collided with Qin Chuan's finger, his expression changed. It was because the Qin Chuan in front of him wasn't Qin Chuan's body at all. Yang Yi's reaction was extremely quick, and he immediately turned around and slammed his fist forward. But it hit nothing. There was no one there. Suddenly, a finger tapped against his back. Bang! Yang Yi's figure was pushed away. As his figure was being pushed, Qin Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him, and there was an evil smile on the corners of his mouth. Yang Yi swung his fist forward again, but it still missed. The entire expanse of space here shook violently. Suddenly, Qin Chuan appeared behind Yang Yi, and his palm pressed down on Yang Yi's back. Bang! Yang Yi's figure was blasted away, but while his figure flew, Qin Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him again. This time, Yang Yi didn't swing a punch, and he closed his eyes instead. Based on the situation from the previous collisions, Qin Chuan's speed was much faster than his own. So, he couldn't see Qin Chuan by relying on his eyes. Not only was he unable to catch sight of Qin Chuan, it was extremely easy for Qin Chuan to trick him. So, he chose to close his eyes and look with his heart. Suddenly, a hand pressed down upon his chest. It just appeared out of nowhere. Yang Yi was still unable to dodge it, but his hand had moved. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled explosions resounded, and then 2 figures were pushed away from each other. It was Yang Yi and Qin Chuan's figures. Qin Chuan glanced at his chest. There was a fist imprint there. Yang Yi had left it on him while he slapped Yang Yi's chest just now. Qin Chuan moved his gaze away and looked at Yang Yi. An extraordinarily strong body, and an exceptionally good reaction speed as well. Incredible! Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was above Qin Chuan when he appeared once more. An instant later, an ethereal dragon claw slammed down at Qin Chuan. Boom! A figure was blasted away. It wasn't Qin Chuan, it was Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan suddenly started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. You're human, so I presume you've heard of the 1 king, 2 emperors, 3 saints, and 6 greats of the human race. Do you know who I am? A smile curled up on the corners of Qin Chuan's mouth. I'm one of the 2 emperors. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1953. Who Dares to Touch My People? The 2 Emperors. Yang Yi glanced at his chest. There was a deep palm imprint there. When he attacked just now, Qin Chuan's palm had struck him before his attack struck. That was why it had been blasted away instead of Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was extremely fast. Fortunately, it hadn't been able to cause any real damage to him. Yang Yi looked up at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was just around 20 m away from him. Qin Chuan grinned while a confident and composed smile appeared on his face. Do you still want to continue? What else? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he vanished on the spot. Bang! An explosion resounded abruptly, and then 2 figures were pushed backwards repeatedly. But it only took a moment for them to shoot at each other. Yang Yi wasn't using his sword. His sword was a weapon to kill. But he had no intention to kill now, and he only wanted to fight. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Especially after he attained the enlightened realm, he needed battle to stimulate the potential within him. Qin Chuan just happened to be a suitable candidate to help him train. Because Qin Chuan was strong enough. Qin Chuan's speed and instinct in battle weren't inferior to Yang Yi at all, and it was even to the extent that Qin Chuan was faster than Yang Yi. However, Qin Chuan had his flaws, and it was that his body wasn't as strong as Yang Yi. But Qin Chuan's speed had made up for that weakness. Their collisions were extremely swift. Besides the Dao realm experts in the surroundings, others couldn't catch sight of them at all. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly. Their intense battle caused space to start trembling violently, and the ground below their feet started to collapse. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi and Qin Chuan stopped. At this moment, Qin Chuan had a trace of seriousness on his face. As for Yang Yi, his face was covered in excitement. Had gained a great deal in this battle. Suddenly, Qin Chuan said, "You're using me to train!" Yang Yi chuckled. 10 moves have passed, and you haven't defeated me. So, am leaving now. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's voice came from behind him. Wait! Yang Yi stopped and gazed at Qin Chuan. What? You intend to go back on your word? Qin Chuan shook his head slightly. Of course not. You just came from the outside world? Yang Yi nodded. Qin Chuan fell silent for a moment before he said, Are you interested in doing something big? Yang Yi was puzzled. Something big? Qin Chuan grinned. Do you know where the top geniuses of the human race, sky race, shaman race, devil race, and the other races are? Yang Yi asked. Here? Qin Chuan nodded. Exactly. True geniuses will ceaselessly seek to surpass themselves, and they train themselves in the most dangerous of places. This place is the most dangerous place. So, practically all the top geniuses of the various races are here. He stretched out his hands towards his sides and continued. The reason all the races haven't joined forces to destroy this abnormal place is because there were other uses for this place, and it's this place's ability to temper the geniuses of the various races. Yang Yi asked, "What's the thing you wanted to do?" Qin Chuan grinned. "Kill." Yang Yi frowned. "Kill?" Qin Chuan replied. "You must kill to survive in this place. If we don't kill others, others will still come to kill us. We're fighting with each other. Do you know why the devil men eat people? They aren't actually eating the people, they are eating the spirit energy, blood energy, soul energy, and spiritual energy within a person. The more they devour, the stronger they get." Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan continued. "In this place, the first thing you should consider isn't cultivating, but surviving. So long as you want to survive, you'll grow stronger. There are only two types of people here, the living and the dead." He chuckled and continued. "Besides that, forget about fighting alone. I too wanted to fight alone when I first arrived here, but when others joined forces and ganged up on me, I realized that my thoughts were extremely foolish. You may be able to fight 3 or even 5 on your own, but can you fight 30 or 50? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "I don't like scheming against people." "There is no scheming," Qin Chuan continued. "No one dared to do that in Sky Residence City, and no one will. Because if we don't stay united, we'll be annihilated by the other organizations and those mysterious beings." "Mysterious beings?" Yang Yi asked. "What's that?" Qin Chuan explained. "This area is covered by an endless mountain range. It's called Helm Mountain Range. There are many mysterious and powerful beings throughout the boundless mountain range." He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and placed emphasis on what he said next. "Extremely powerful." Yang Yi thought for a long time, and then he shook his head and vanished on the spot. A wisp of disappointment flashed through Qin Chuan's eyes. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of him and said seriously, "I'll join Sky Residence City." Qin Chuan was slightly stunned, but it didn't take long for him to look behind Yang Yi, and then his expression changed drastically. It was because a group of devil men had appeared around 3 kilometers behind, and there were over 30 of them. Qin Chuan immediately ordered, "Retreat." He and all the others behind him didn't hesitate to immediately turn around and leave. Yang Yi naturally did the same. Even though had attained the enlightened realm, the weakest amongst those devil men was at the enlightened realm, and there were many Dao realm experts amongst them too. If he was surrounded by them, he would definitely die. "Flee!" Yang Yi followed Qin Chuan and the others into the city, and then they swarmed out the back door. A flat plain was before them, and it was simply endless. As for behind them, there were over 30 devil men there, and those devil men refused to give up. Qin Chuan suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and the old man by his side. "Well, stay behind." Yang Yi was stunned. "Are you serious?" Qin Chuan spoke solemnly. "If we don't stay back and keep them busy, then while we'll be able to escape, the others will die." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chuan and the 3 Dao realm experts by his side stopped. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and stopped as well. A chill couldn't help but run down his spine as he watched those devil men dash towards them. There were 4 here Dao realm experts amongst them. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are we going to fight them without holding back at all?" Qin Chuan said, "We have to for now. We have to keep them busy. Our reinforcements will be here within 10 minutes. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard that there would be reinforcements. Even though he was a ruthless and fearless person, fighting 30 with just 5 was impossible. Qin Chuan clenched his fist slowly. "Everyone! Get ready to risk your lives!" As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a beam of light that shot towards the devil men. Yang Yi glanced at Qin Chuan and nodded slightly. This is how a true genius should act. Unlike those pieces of trash from the 6 greats that I met previously, Yang Yi didn't allow his thoughts to wander off, and he was about to attack. However, the devil man who led the group suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "You're the one who killed my people?" Yang Yi gazed at the devil man. "It wasn't me. It was him." Suddenly, another devil man spoke abruptly. Yang Yi was speechless. Die! The devil man who led the group transformed into a long black ray of light that shot forward in Yang Yi's direction. Everywhere he passed, space was cracked open, and the powerful aura he emanated pushed Yang Yi backwards repeatedly. He's strong! That was what Yang Yi thought at this moment. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly, and a sword appeared in his grasp before rays of sword energy surged forward in an instant. However, his sword energy was suppressed by the devil man's aura. Bang! 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 Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly. But as his figure was pushed back, 10 ethereal swords appeared before the devil man. In an instant, countless rays of light enveloped him. Boom! However, an explosion resounded, and then the rays of light instantly vanished without a trace. Yang Yi's expression became extremely solemn when he witnessed this. That devil man was much stronger than had ever expected. Even though the devil man was merely at the second stage of the enlightened realm, his strength was absolutely comparable to a fourth stage enlightened realm expert. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly at all. He pressed his sword against his forehead, and then the sword domain appeared around him. An instant later, a ray of light flashed. Split second combined with the sword domain. It wasn't just swift to the limit, it was terrifyingly strong as well. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly sliced open. Bang! The devil man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Once he stopped himself, he glanced at his chest, and he saw an extremely deep injury there. Blood was seeping out incessantly from there too. How dare you! The devil man's face instantly turned ferocious, and his figure shot towards Yang Yi again. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly before gradually turning ice cold. He was about to attack again when the sound of air being torn apart resounded from far away in the sky. Boom! An instant later, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as that devil man was slammed over 10 kilometers away. Who dares to touch my people? Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from behind Yang Yi. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.